Chapter 1252. Heartwarming. The disciple was obviously stunned. He saw Xiao chin up and down in disbelief before putting on a fake smile and saying, "You say that you are Heartwarming's disciple. Do you have any proof?" Xiao Hua replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. "When I came down, the sect master had already sent a transmission talisman to your sect. Your sect master Jiang has also seen me before, so he didn't give me a token. You are indeed Heartwarming's fellow Daoist." When the disciple heard this, his expression unconsciously changed. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting. "I am Chen Feng from the 100 Herbs sect. Earlier, the young sect master had warned me that Heartwarming's fellow Daoist would come. However, the young sect master only said that he would come in 2 days. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xiao to come so quickly." Then, he looked behind him and frowned. "The other senior brothers or sisters of your sect didn't come?" Xiao Hua blanked. He thought that Xiao Yuehong had already sent a transmission talisman and told him about his arrival. It seemed that he was wrong. He could only smile and say, "Only I came from my sect. The other senior brothers haven't come out yet." "Ah." Chen Feng was somewhat flabbergasted. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Presumably, he wanted to say, "Your Heartwarming is really at ease." He actually let a disciple at the first level of qi refining out of the sect. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment." As Chen Feng spoke, he took out a yellow talisman from his bosom and sent it with his magic power. The yellow talisman flew out with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace in a few blinks of an eye. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, the young sect master instructed that as long as Heartwarming's disciple comes, we should inform him immediately. He will definitely come out to welcome you personally." Xiao Hua's face was filled with fear as he hastily said, I don't dare. I am Heartwarming's disciple who hasn't even entered the sect. How can I deserve to be personally welcomed by your young sect master?" In fact, Chen Feng was also bewildered. He couldn't figure out how a mere first-level qi condensation cultivator could be worthy of a 12th-level qi condensation young master's welcome. However, since Jiang Fan had given such an order, how could he disobey? Sure enough, in just a moment, a burst of drum music sounded from the distant mountain peak. Then, a huge red brilliance stretched out from the mountain peak like a rainbow in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. At the same time, a rather large round plate flew along with the red brilliance like lightning. Xiao Hua's eyes were sharp. He had already seen that on the round plate, at the very front was Jiang Fan in black and Jiang Yan in red. Behind them, there were disciples from 2 sections. They were holding strange musical instruments in their hands, and they were making beautiful sounds. After a long distance, Jiang Fan released his divine sense and saw that Xiao Hua was the only one standing in front of Chen Feng. He was just as surprised as Chen Feng was before. He turned to look at Jiang Yan, who was equally surprised, and asked curiously, "Didn't Heartwarming's sect master Xiao say that he would send his disciples over? Why, don't I see Xiao Xianrui or Gong Mingwei? What are these disciples doing here?" Then, he looked behind Xiao Hua. There was no one there. Could it be that the disciple mentioned by sect master Xiao is this guy? Jiang Yan's face was ashen. She had dressed up to welcome them, thinking that they were from Xiao Xianrui. Unexpectedly, it was actually a first-level qi condensation kid. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression change greatly, Jiang Fan knew that something was wrong and immediately warned, "Yan, be careful. Although this kid hasn't entered the sect, he has always been serving behind sect master Xiao. He can be considered a Heartwarming's confidant. Father wants to build a good relationship with Heartwarming. This kid can't be neglected. Don't lose your temper. Big brother, it's fine if you flatter Xiao Xianrui. I can't say anything. What kind of people are Heartwarming? One Gong Mingwei, one Zhang Qingshao. Both of them are only at the 10th level of qi condensation. They are too far away from our 100 Herbs Gates disciples. Father, how could he not know what sect Master Xiao meant? Why did he ask me to welcome them? Even if it's those two, I can endure it. But this Xiao something, even if he is Heartwarming's disciple, he is only a first-level qi condensation disciple. How can he be welcomed by two late-stage qi condensation cultivators of our 100 Herbs Gate? Jiang Yan pointed at Xiao Hua and said angrily. Forget it, forget it. It's all Big Brother's fault. I thought if Heartwarming's disciple was coming, it would definitely be Xiao Xinrui. I never thought it would be this guy. Jiang Fan hurriedly said, since we're already here, it's not good to go back halfway. Let's stand here for a while first. As they spoke, the two people's round plates arrived in front of Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua saw the two young lords of 100 Herbs Gate coming in person, he was already surprised. He flew forward and bowed in greeting. This one is Xiao Hua of Heartwarming. Greetings to the two young lords. Two seniors coming in person really makes this one panic. Jiang Yan stood on the round plate and ignored him. Her mouth was tight and her eyelids were lowered as if she didn't hear him. Jiang Fan's face was full of spring breeze. He floated down from the round plate and helped Xiao Hua up with a smile. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, it's only been a few days since Heartwarming left. I didn't expect Sect Master Xiao to send you to our 100 Herbs Gate. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then he pretended to look behind and asked curiously, what? Is Junior Marshal Brother Xiao the only one from your sect who came? Junior Marshal Brother Gong and the others didn't come. Senior Marshal Brother and Senior Marshal Sister are repenting in the Tranquil Heart Cave. It's not time yet, is it? They can't leave the mountain for the time being. I, Heartwarming, have some other matters to attend to in the mountain these days. Sect Master is busy and can't leave the mountain, so he sent me here. Please forgive me. Xiao Hua said sincerely. How could Jiang Fan not know what Heartwarming had encountered? His face was full of surprise. What kind of trouble has your sect encountered? Could it be the 10,000 poison sect? Do you need my 100 Herbs Gate's help? Heartwarming and my 100 Herbs Gate are now allies. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. Xiao Hua smiled. It's a small matter. I, Heartwarming, can deal with it easily. It's just that the matter is complicated that Sect Master can't leave. If there's a need, I'm sure Sect Master would have already sent a message. And that's true. That day, my 100 Herbs Gate found some traces of the 10,000 poison sect and even sent a message talisman. Later, when I received your sect's reply, there was no mention of the 10,000 poison sect. We were worried for nothing. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said vaguely, thank you for your concern, Senior. I, Heartwarming, am fine. Good, good. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Fan grabbed Xiao Hua and flew straight to the round plate. He said, let's go. Fellow Daoist Xiao is a guest from afar. Let's go to the guest hall first. Xiao Hua followed Jiang Fan onto the round disc. The sound of the drums had long since disappeared. Xiao Hua saw Jiang Yan and once again saluted. Jiang Yan snorted and didn't even pay him any attention. She turned around and walked inside. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't take offense. Last time, this little sister had a good chat with your senior marshal sister. This time, I thought it was your senior marshal sister who came, so I excitedly came out to welcome you. Jiang Fan said awkwardly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Xiao Hua didn't seem to care. He smiled and said, "Both of you are seniors in the late qi refining stage. I'm just a junior. How can I be qualified to argue?" Jiang Fan couldn't hear the sarcasm in these words. He could only laugh and point at the scenery below the flying disc to explain to Xiao Hua. Medicine Farmer Peak was like Yellow Flower Ridge. It was a huge mountain range with many peaks, rivers, and forests. The scenery was naturally beautiful and varied. However, it was a bit different from Yellow Flower Ridge. Medicine Farmer Peak was in the middle of the mountain range. There were many disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, so there were many places in the mountain range that could be used. Unlike Heartwarming, Minushi Peak was near the edge of Yellow Flower Ridge while most of Yellow Flower Ridge was in the depths of the mountain range. Heartwarming couldn't control it. Therefore, when Xiao Hua saw the vast expanse of herb fields on Herb Farmer Peak, as well as the dense clouds and spiritual energy, he knew that the strength of 100 Herbs Gate was much greater than Heartwarming's. Seeing Xiao Hua's attention on the medicine fields, Jiang Fan slowed down the flying disc and said with a smile, "Disciples of 100 Herbs Gate who are below the third level of qi refining stay in the medicine fields and do the chores of cultivating spiritual herbs. Only when they reach the third level of qi refining can they truly be accepted into 100 Herbs Gate and focus on cultivation. Of course, these disciples also have their own medicine fields to cultivate the spiritual herbs they need." Then, he pointed at the mountain stream in the distance and said proudly, "That place is an important place of 100 Herbs Gate. Hundreds, even thousands of years old spiritual herbs are all gathered there." "Oh? Absorption fruit, exquisite grass, are they all planted there?" Xiao Hua asked, his heart moved. Absorption fruit can be refined into pills after 30 years. Naturally, there's no need to pay too much attention to it. It's not planted there. As for exquisite grass, those that are 400 or 500 years old are naturally planted there." Jiang Fan said with a smile, "But most of the spiritual herbs here are not planted." "Not planted? Then how do they grow?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Jiang Fan smiled and pointed in another direction of the disc, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, look at that place. That's where 100 Herbs Gate's mid and late stage qi refining disciples cultivate. It's considered a dangerous place in Medicine Farmer Peak." Xiao Hua secretly despised him. This guy is really stingy. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then why do you have to mention it? Even if this is an important place of 100 Herbs Gate, the rare spiritual herbs are not planted but grown in the wild and are thousands of years old. But what are you showing off in front of me for? Isn't it just 1,000-year-old exquisite grass? If this young master is happy, in 3 years I'll also grow a large field of 1,000-year-old exquisite grass for you. In another 30 years, this young master will grow a large field of 10,000-year-old exquisite grass for you so that you'll die of thirst." Xiao Hua was not in the mood to listen to Jiang Fan's introduction. He muttered in his heart, "This one, junior, and so on," and only picked up "this young master." He didn't have the bearing of a cultivator at all. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak, Jiang Fan was secretly happy. He thought that he had scared this little boy who hadn't seen the world. When he returned to Heartwarming, he would tell Xiao Xianrui about his shocking experience. Unconsciously, he became eloquent again. He didn't expect that he, a 12th layer qi refining senior, would act as a guide for a 1st layer qi refining junior. 100 Herbs Gate was somewhat suspected of flattering Heartwarming. Chapter 1253. Just as Jiang Fan was showing off the situation of the 100 Herbs Gate to Xiao Hua, the flying disc gradually approached a huge oval-shaped mountain top. Jiang Yan, who was next to him, was already impatient. She turned her head and said a few words. Jiang Fan raised his head slightly and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look for yourself. I forgot to inform the gate master. With that, he cupped his hands and walked to Jiang Yan's side. He also said a few words. Then, Jiang Yan slightly squinted her eyes at Xiao Hua and no longer spoke. Jiang Fan patted his hand and took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his storage bag. After saying a few words, he shook his hand and the sound-transmitting talisman flew through the air to the medicine farmer peak in front of him. In fact, since the last time he saw the little white snake transformed into a python at Yellow Flower Ridge, Jiang Jiantong of the 100 Herbs Gate had the intention of establishing a good relationship with Heartwarming. If Xiao Xianrui came this time, even if it was inappropriate for him, as the gate master, to personally receive her, it was extremely necessary to show the concern of an elder. However, Jiang Fan had already broken the rules by personally seeing Xiao Hua, a disciple who had not yet entered the sect. It was even more impossible for Jiang Jiantong to appear, so Jiang Fan still sent this message to his father first. Heartwarming is really declining. He actually sent a disciple who has not yet entered the sect. It seems that the threat of the 10,000 Poisons Gate has not been eliminated yet. After receiving Jiang Fan's sound-transmitting talisman, Jiang Jintong's mouth hung a cold smile. He thought to himself, this is a good time to win over Heartwarming. If nothing unexpected happens, the 100 Herbs Gate will go one step further under eye. Ha ha ha. With that, he clapped his hands and said a few words, and the sound-transmitting talisman flew back. Jiang Fan received the sound-transmitting talisman, walked to Xiao Hua with a smile, and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Xiao, our gate master has an important matter to attend to. I'm afraid he can't meet you in person. Xiao Hua panicked and hurriedly returned the salute. How could I dare to meet Gate Master Jiang in person? Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't be afraid. When we arrive at the guest hall, if your sect has any matters to attend to, just tell me. If it's not important, I can make the decision and agree to them one by one. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and said, then I'll have to rely on Senior a lot. While they were talking, the flying disc had already landed on Yaonong Peak. Originally, they had arranged a grand welcoming ceremony, but because it was not Xiao Xianrui's arrival, most of it was removed. However, the disciples who stayed were all above the third layer of qi refining, which was enough to give Heartwarming and Xiao Hua face. Walking down the round plate, before the crowd dispersed, Jiang enforced a smile on his face and handed over a beautifully made yellow talisman. He said with a smile, Xiao. Fellow Daoist, this is an invitation talisman that I personally refined. Please return to Heartwarming and give it to Sister Xiao of your sect. Just say that I missed her very much after meeting her at Yellow Flower Ridge. If you have nothing to do, please come to my Medicine Gnome Peak for a chat. This humble one will lead Sister Xiao to tour the strange scenery of Yaonong Peak. Xiao Hua did not dare to be neglectful. He received it with both hands and put it into his bosom, saying respectfully, Junior does not dare to neglect Senior's request. Junior will personally deliver this invitation to Senior Sister. Seeing Xiao Hua's respectful attitude, Jiang An's expression relaxed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, my brother will take care of all the sect's affairs. This humble one has other trivial matters to attend to, so I won't accompany fellow Daoist Xiao. I don't dare. Senior, please go ahead. Xiao Hua immediately saluted. After Jiang An left, Jiang Fan took Xiao Hua to the guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate. The guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate was much more imposing than Heartwarming's. Not to mention the respectful disciples, just the momentum and scale of the guest hall were like clouds and mud compared to Heartwarming's. Jiang Fan wasn't a shallow person, but because of Heartwarming's matter, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, so he actually stole a glance at Xiao Hua's expression. However, when he saw that Xiao Hua's expression was normal, he couldn't help but secretly praise, Heartwarming really has some inner qualities. This Xiaohua hasn't even entered the sect yet, but he's actually so cultured. He doesn't seem to be uneasy in the face of such a great momentum. In fact, Xiaohua himself was also puzzled. This guest hall's momentum was extraordinary. Not only were there carved beams and painted pillars, but even the various talismans flashing faintly above the hall were 100 times better than Heartwarming's. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shock in his heart. It was far from the feeling he felt when he saw the many medicinal fields of the 100 Herbs Gate on the round plate just now. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. After entering the guest hall and walking inside, Jiang Fan raised his hand and invited Xiaohua to the guest seat. Xiaohua smiled and waited for Jiang Fan to sit cross-legged on the main seat before sitting down himself. As soon as Xiaohua sat down, several disciples below the third layer of qi condensation had a look of astonishment in their eyes. They carried several plates of fruits that Xiaohua had never seen before and placed them on the table in front of him. Please, fellow Daoist Xiao. These are our 100 Herbs Gate specialty fruits. The taste is not bad, and it will be of some help to fellow Daoist Xiao's cultivation. Jiang Fan looked at the colorful fruits and said very warmly. Thank you, young master. Junior has come on behalf of the gate master. How could Xiaohua want to eat these fruits? Xiaohua got straight to the point. Hee, don't be in such a hurry, fellow Daoist Xiao. You're a guest from afar. How could my 100 Herbs Gate not entertain you? Jiang Fan smiled and interrupted Xiaohua. All right, thank you, young master. Xiaohua helplessly picked up a thumb-sized fiery red fruit and threw it into his mouth. This fruit was very strange. When Xiaohua closed his mouth and tongue, the fruit was immediately bitten open. A spicy taste immediately rushed into Xiaohua's nose and mouth. Xiaohua was startled. Tears were about to gush out of his eyes, but at this moment, the spicy taste slipped into his throat and immediately turned into a kind of icy and moist taste. The tears in Xiaohua's eyes immediately stopped flowing. Not only that, when the icy cold taste entered his stomach, it turned into a burning flame in an instant. This flame flowed into his meridians and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He silently used his heart technique to examine himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that his magic power had unexpectedly increased by a little. This. Xiaohua was about to raise his head when he heard Jiang Fan clapping his hands and laughing. Very good, fellow Daoist Xiao. You're indeed a fated person. This ice fire fruit is an extremely rare spirit fruit in my medicine farmer peak. It takes 10 years for it to bear fruit, and the fruit is very rare. Because it can increase the cultivation of early-stage qi condensation disciples, my 100 Herbs Gate has always rewarded meritorious disciples who have just entered the gate. Of course, this fruit is only effective when eaten for the first time. After eating it, you can only taste it. The fruit that fellow Daoist Xiao just ate also ripened a few days ago. Fellow Daoist not only came at the right time, but also obtained the most precious ice fire fruit with just a wave of your hand. I can't help but sigh with emotion. Xiaohua was astonished. When he looked carefully again, sure enough, there was no more ice fire fruit on the plate. Xiaohua was speechless. Of course, when Jiang Fan and the others went to Heartwarming, Xiao Yuehong asked him to offer the fruit. The modesty in his mouth was really modesty, not some kind of courtesy at all. The fruits of the 100 Herbs Gate were really more precious than those of Heartwarming. However, when he thought of Jiang Fan's covetousness towards Xiao Xinrui, Xiaohua lost his appetite. Originally, he didn't want to take advantage of the 100 Herbs Gate, but then he had another thought: it's a waste not to take advantage of this. Anyway, when I go back, I won't say anything good about you. Thinking this, he smiled at Jiang Fan, picked up the various fruits, and tasted them one by one. He ate to his heart's content. It must be said that 100 Herbs Gate was indeed founded on spiritual herbs. This fruit had a unique flavor to it. Although the other fruits couldn't promote cultivation like the ice and fire fruit, it still greatly satisfied Xiaohua's appetite for good food. He was inwardly very pleased. Seeing Xiaohua being so impolite, Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had already dealt with Heartwarming, this disciple who hadn't seen the world. Seeing Xiaohua eat a dark green fruit, licking his lips and straightening up to speak, Jiang Fan coughed and smiled. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, a second layer Qi refining disciple hurried in and whispered a few words in Jiang Fan's ear. Jiang Fan frowned and scolded, "This matter has already been decided. You should just carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission? Can't you see that I'm receiving an important guest?" The disciple's expression didn't change. He bowed and was about to withdraw. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Young master must be busy. Junior will wait." Jiang Fan smiled, "I've made fellow Daoist Xiao laugh. It's just a small matter. There's no need for me to go." He then looked at the second layer Qi refining disciple and explained to Xiaohua, "Our 100 Herbs Gate has many places to grow spiritual plants. In addition to the common ones, we also cultivate rare ones. 100 years ago, in a hidden cave on Medicine Farmer Peak, more than 10 different spiritual plant seeds were found. They looked shriveled, but to be on the safe side, the previous gate master decided to plant these seeds in a place with abundant spiritual qi on Medicine Farmer Peak to see if they could germinate within 100 years. A few days ago, it was already 100 years old, and the place where these seeds were planted had to be changed to other spiritual plants. Therefore, a disciple came to report whether or not to dig out those seeds. Fellow Daoist Xiao, such a small matter was already decided 100 years ago. You only need to carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission?" Xiaohua smiled, "The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous. They can even find seeds that are 100 years old." At this point, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing Jiang Fan wave his hand to dismiss the disciple, he couldn't help but say, "Junior has spoken too much. I wonder, what should we do with these seeds? What can we do with them? Put them in the warehouse or throw them away? Anyway, they can't be grown, and we don't know what kind of spiritual plant they are. Our 100 Herbs Gate can't spend another 100 years on them." Jiang Fan said casually. "I see." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands. "Junior has a presumptuous request. I wonder if these useless seeds, could you give them to me?" "Give them to you?" Jiang Fan was stunned. Normally, even if he destroyed these seeds himself, Jiang Fan would not give them to others. But now, he wanted to leave a good impression on Xiaohua and get closer to Xiao Xianrui and Heartwarming. If he made Xiaohua unhappy because of these dispensable seeds, the ice and fire fruit just now would have been eaten by Xiaohua for nothing. Chapter 1254. I wonder, what does fellow Daoist Xiao want these seeds for? Based on my experience, if they can't germinate within 100 years, then they might not even germinate for another 100 years. They should be seeds that have already lost their vitality. Jiang Fan asked. "It's nothing much." Xiaohua smiled. "Senior should know that I, Heartwarming, only have one disciple, and that's me. Usually, I read books by myself. Unlike 100 Herbs Gate, I don't have many medicinal fields and spiritual herbs, so I've learned too much. That's why I want to read more and learn more. If it's inconvenient for Senior, then forget it." So that's how it is." Jiang Fan clapped. "I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xiao to like studying spiritual herbs. Although the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate have better conditions than you, they don't care about studying spiritual herbs. They only like to cultivate. Once they reach the third layer of qi refining, they don't go to the medicinal field anymore. It's really frustrating. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is so eager to learn, how can I not help you? Then he turned to the second layer disciple and said, Go, take these seeds that should be disposed of. In addition, choose some spiritual herbs that aren't forbidden to be spread outside of 100 Herbs Gate. Pick a few seeds and bring them over. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and smiled. Thank you, young master. Actually, if those withered and damaged seeds are useless, it's also good for me to study them. Although Xiao Hua's words seemed a bit insatiable, it did not contradict his statement that he wanted to comprehend the spirit grass ancient records. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. Thinking about those dead seeds, even the elders of 100 Herbs Gate thought they were useless. What kind of waves could Heartwarming cause? Therefore, he smiled, gave the disciple a look, and waved his hand to dismiss him. The disciple understood that Jiang Fan's look meant he didn't need to take his words seriously. He only needed to take some of the seeds from 100 Herbs Gate, or some of the damaged ones. As long as they had a little background, even if they couldn't germinate, they couldn't give them to Xiao Hua. After the disciple left, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Thank you, young master, for your help. You're welcome. It's just a seed that needs to be thrown away. There's no need to thank me. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Afterwards, Xiao Hua stood up, straightened his clothes, and bowed deeply to Jiang Fan, saying, Junior's first priority in coming here is to thank 100 Herbs Gate for remembering the alliance between our two sects and sending this important information to me, Heartwarming. This is the sect master's instruction before he left. Since I can't meet sect master Jiang, I hope that young sect master can convey my gratitude to him. All right. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly got up and helped Xiao Hua up. Heartwarming and my 100 Herbs Gate are already allies. If anything happens to Heartwarming, my 100 Herbs Gate will also be in danger. Helping Heartwarming is helping my 100 Herbs Gate. Sect Master Xiao is too polite. After saying that, he invited Xiao Hua to take a seat. Xiao Hua cleared his throat and placed the jade bottle he had already prepared on the table. He smiled and said, Thank you, clan leader Jiang. Next is the second matter that sect leader asked me to come over for. Young master, please take a look at these jade bottles. Oh. Jiang Fan was as genial as ever. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle fell into his hand. When he opened it, his face revealed extreme confusion. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, what is the meaning of absorption fruit? Seeing that Jiang Fan's expression was as usual and not as surprised as he had expected, Xiao Hua knew this was bad. He was afraid that the absorption fruit wasn't that precious in the other party's eyes. Seeing Jiang Fan ask, he could only brace himself and put on a smiling face, saying, Senior, what do you think of this absorption fruit? It's all right. Jiang Fan didn't understand. He casually picked up the other bottles and looked at them one by one, nodding slightly. These absorption fruits are nearly 30 years old. They're barely useful and can be used to refine the Peiyuan pill. I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao wants to do with these absorption fruits. It's like this. My sect master asked this junior to bring these absorption fruits. He wants to use these absorption fruits to exchange for some black tusk grass from 100 Herbs Gate. I wonder, what does senior think? Xiao Hua replied weakly. This. As soon as Jiang Fan heard the words, black tuber grass, he understood. A trace of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. He said, Normally, it's possible to exchange absorption fruits for black tuber grass. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't come to my 100 Herbs Gate, you can still do it in East City. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was shocked and blurted out, Unfortunately what? It's nothing. I'm sure fellow Daoist Shaun knows that I went to East City a few days ago and met your sect's senior martial brother there. Most of my 100 Herbs Gates black tuber grass was exchanged for spirit stones or spirit herbs with other fellow Daoists at East City. Most? Xiaohua said anxiously, what about the rest? The rest is naturally for my 100 Herbs Gate to refine pills. Jiang Fan said awkwardly. Ah. Xiaohua's face was full of anxiety. Not only him, but even Xiao Yuehong probably didn't think of this. Heh, actually. Fellow Daoist Xiao, your sect just wants a few Peiyuan pills to help your sect's senior martial brothers and Fairy Xiao increase their strength. If that's the case, I earnestly request my Gate Master to gift your sect a few Peiyuan pills. Why go through so much trouble? Jiang Fan's face was full of smiles, as if he were Heartwarming's savior. Xiaohua's face was full of joy at first. He wanted to nod, but then he realized, this guy wants to curry favor with Heartwarming. That's not all. If I, Heartwarming, can't refine enough Peiyuan pills, not only will my senior martial brother's cultivation not be improved, I'm afraid they'll still be suppressed by 100 Herbs Gate. Besides, a few Peiyuan pills may be enough for my senior martial brothers, but what about mine? I'm afraid I'll have to draw water with a bamboo basket. After thinking about it, Xiaohua's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, I appreciate your kindness, and I thank you on behalf of my Gate Master. However, Gate Master has already made it clear that if I, Heartwarming, ask for a few Peiyuan pills, 100 Herbs Gate will definitely agree to it for the sake of the alliance between our two sections. However, this will make my Heartwarming look like a small sect. We've just formed an alliance with 100 Herbs Gate, so it's really inappropriate to take advantage of them. Secondly, the alliance between our two sects will naturally be frequent in the future. As the saying goes, even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. If there's any deal in the future, it's hard to say. Therefore, I ask 100 Herbs Gate to give me a suitable exchange according to the customs of East City. So it's like that, Jiang Fan said with a smile, our two sects have already formed an alliance. I didn't expect Gate Master Xiao to still be so polite. Then he frowned, but my 100 Herbs Gate's black tusk grass is really very little. He stood up and paced back and forth in the reception hall several times. He sighed and gritted his teeth, forget it. Since Gate Master Xiao wants it, I'll give it to Heartwarming first, even if my 100 Herbs Gate's Peiyuan pill can't be refined. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, many thanks. Junior will definitely report young Gate Master's kindness to my Gate Master. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, fellow Daoist Xiao. Jiang Fan hurriedly stopped him. He patted the storage bag at his waist and took out a sound-transmitting talisman. He said a few words in it, and with a burst of transcendence energy, the sound-transmitting talisman flew out of the reception hall. Seeing Xiaohua's strange expression, Jiang Fan explained, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. My 100 Herbs Gate has been refining the Peiyuan pill for the past few days. I don't know how much black tusk grass is left. Xiaohua's heart suddenly became tense. A moment later, a crimson light flew over and stopped in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan didn't avoid Xiaohua. He grabbed it and squeezed it. A slightly old voice sounded, reporting to young Gate Master, there are only 10 black tusk grass left. According to your wishes, we have stopped refining the Peiyuan pill. This old man has already sent someone to deliver the black tusk grass to you. 10. Xiaohua frowned. He wasn't sure if these 10 black tusk grass were enough for Xiao Yuehong. As expected. Jiang Fan spread his hands and shook his head, saying, it's still too late, fellow Daoist Xiao. These remaining 10 black tusk grass aren't enough to exchange for your Gate Master's absorption fruits. Xiaohua was very disappointed, but what could he do? He could only say, let's take what we have. It's better than having none. How about this, fellow Daoist Xiao? These black tusk grass are a gift from my 100 Herbs Gate to Heartwarming. My 100 Herbs Gate won't accept these absorption fruits. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. No, Senior should take the absorption fruits that are suitable. Since my gate master has given the order, Senior shouldn't make things difficult for Junior. Xiaohua shook his head and refused. Alright, since Gate Master Xiao has given the order, I won't be polite. Jiang Fan picked up 2 of the jade bottles and put them in his storage pouch. At this moment, the second layer Qi refining disciple who went out just now returned with a small storage pouch in his hand. He took out several jade boxes and placed them in front of Jiang Fan, saying, these are the black tusk grass that Elder Lan ordered this disciple to bring. Then, he took out 2 small pouches from his storage pouch and handed them forward, saying, young gate master ordered this disciple to take these. One contains the dried seeds and the seeds that haven't sprouted yet, and the other contains the damaged seeds. And give these 2 pouches to fellow Daoist Xiao. Jiang Fan didn't check them and ordered the disciple. Xiaohua took the 2 small pouches and opened them to take a look. Sure enough, one of the pouches contained some abnormally dried seeds that were covered in dust and dirt. The other pouch was full of damaged seeds. Fellow Daoist Xiao, here are 10 stalks of black tusk grass, please check them. Jiang Fan waved his hand and several jade boxes flew to the table in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua put down the 2 pouches and opened one of the jade boxes. Inside the jade box were 2 stalks of black tusk grass that were about a foot long and had long sword-shaped leaves. The edges of the leaves were deeply serrated and there were fine red and black lines all over the leaves. And, that's right. Thank you, young gate master. Xiaohua looked at the other jade boxes and found that they were all full-grown black tusk grass. He smiled and said to Jiang Fan, fellow Daoist Xiao, please take the remaining absorption fruits back. Jiang Fan was about to wave his hand when Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, wait a moment. Chapter 1255. Fellow Daoist Xiao, is there something wrong? Jiang Fan's complexion changed slightly. It's nothing. Young master, this junior suddenly thought that since these absorption fruits have been brought here, this junior won't take them back. If your sect still has some black tuber grass that hasn't reached maturity yet, this junior will exchange them all. Xiaohua said with a smile. Less than mature black tuber grass. Jiang Fan was obviously surprised, his eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, this year's black tuber grass is gone, and if there are any, it will naturally be 1 year old. However, according to this junior's knowledge, there aren't many black tuber grass that are 1 year old. Our 100 Herbs Gate also doesn't plan to exchange black tuber grass next year. If your sect really wants to exchange, then we can only have the matured black tuber grass in the year after next. Then he said apologetically, but the matured black tuber grass in the year after next is much worse than the matured black tuber grass. It's very inappropriate to use it to refine the Peiyuan pill. Fellow Daoist Xiao, do you still want to exchange this? Xiaohua's face was extremely embarrassed. After bitterly deliberating for a long time, he clenched his teeth and said, exchange. Having, it's better than having nothing. If the Peiyuan pill's effect is not good, then let this junior take it. Well, since fellow Daoist Xiao insists on exchanging, then this junior can only reluctantly accept. Jiang Fan's face was very embarrassed. However, in order to make up for your sect's loss, this junior will let the disciple pay another 10% according to the rules of the exchange market. Then many thanks, young Master Yu Qing. Xiaohua's face was full of gratitude. Sure enough, Jiang Fan said a few words and put away the remaining absorption fruits. Not long after, the disciple brought back dozens of jade boxes. Xiao Hua looked at them, and sure enough, there were stalks of black tuber grass inside, but they looked very fresh, obviously just picked. On the surface of the black tuber grass, red and black fine lines were not densely covered, and it also didn't look mature. Well, fellow Daoist Xiao, please put these jade boxes into your storage bag. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hua's face reddened, and he muttered, this junior didn't bring a storage bag. Ah. Jiang Fan was taken aback, but he soon understood. He laughed out loud and said, Sect Master Xiao is indeed meticulous. Fellow Daoist Xiao is only a first-layer qi refining cultivator. It must be extremely dangerous for him to carry a storage pouch with him. Only someone with nothing would come to our 100 Herbs Gate. Furthermore, since fellow Daoist Xiao has come to our 100 Herbs Gate, how could we let fellow Daoist Xiao risk going back alone? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch from the disciple beside him, collected all the items, and handed it over to Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, please take it for now. After resting for a while, I'll send a disciple to send fellow Daoist Xiao back. It won't be too late for fellow Daoist Xiao to exchange for this storage pouch when we arrive at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reached out to receive the storage bag and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for Senior's kind intentions. This junior is extremely grateful. You're welcome. Jiang Fan waved his hand and said, Is there anything else, fellow Daoist Xiao? Xiao Hua shook his head. All right then, fellow Daoist Xiao, please take a rest first. I will make arrangements to send fellow Daoist Xiao back to Yellow Flower Ridge. Senior, this junior isn't tired. How about, we leave now? Xiao Hua said. Hee, I still have to make arrangements. Fellow Daoist Xiao should take this time to rest. Jiang Fan explained. Xiao Hua had no choice but to follow the disciple beside him to the abode next to the guest hall. As soon as the disciple left the abode, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. On Medicine Farmer Peak, in a quiet place, Jiang Fan stood with his hands behind his back and reported to Jiang Jiantong, who was sipping tea with his eyes closed. When Jiang Fan finished, Jiang Jiantong opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at Jiang Fan. He smiled and said, Fan, well done. Although this black tusk grass isn't that important, we can't give it to Heartwarming in full. What you're doing is showing that our 100 Herbs Gate is trying our best to help them, and also restricting the development of Heartwarming's disciples. Even I can only do this much. Thank you for your praise, Father. Jiang Fan said modestly, Boy, prepare a Peiyuan pill and give it to Xiao Hua. Although this guy's cultivation is shallow, his weight in Xiao Yuehong's heart is not light. It's better to win him over. Is that so? Jiang Jiantong looked at Jiang Fan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Jiang Fan was startled and suddenly realized. He slapped his forehead and said, Father is right. Boy, if you do this, it will show that our 100 Herbs Gate is too close to Heartwarming. I'm afraid it will make Xiao Yuehong suspicious. And, that's right. If you give this Peiyuan pill to Xiao Xinrui, it will be just right. As for Xiao Hua, didn't you already give him some useless seeds? The amount is just right. Jiang Jiantong smiled. Boy understands. Boy will do it right away. Jiang Fan nodded. Go. Send a few capable disciples to safely send Xiao Hua back to Yellow Flower Ridge. We have done so much, we can't let others take advantage of us. Yes. Jiang Fan bowed and withdrew. Jiang Jintong's face showed a satisfied smile as he watched his proud son withdraw. The flying shuttle that sent Xiaohua was the one that Jiang Jintong and Jiang Fan went to Yellow Flower Ridge to spy. The people escorting and driving it were also a group of people, but Jiang Jintong and Jiang Fan didn't understand. The flying shuttle was really fast. In just half a day, they arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiaohua threw out the flying talisman. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao came out to greet him. After greeting the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, they took out the things in Xiaohua's storage bag and put them into Heartwarming's storage bag. Then, of course, Gong Mingwei invited the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate to rest at Yellow Flower Ridge. The disciples of 100 Herbs Gate naturally didn't go. After a round of pleasantries, they cupped their hands and bid farewell. After the disciples of 100 Grass Gate left, Zhang Qingxiao chuckled and hugged Xiaohua Shang's shoulder, which was a head taller than him. She said, "Good, kid, you actually came back safely. You didn't lose any arms or legs." "Second senior brother, it can't be." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Do you really want me to not come back? With your luck, you can even find an absorption fruit in a corner. Even if I wanted you to not come back, it's impossible for you not to come back." Zhang Qingxiao's face was full of disapproval. "You didn't encounter any danger along the way, right?" Gong Mingwei asked with a smile. It's a long story." Xiaohua sighed, a trace of lingering fear on his face. "Ah. Really?" Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. At this moment, a voice came, "Why haven't you come in yet? Are you waiting for others to rob you?" It was Xiao Yuehong's voice. Zhang Qingxiao stuck out her tongue and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. The three of them flew into the formation and went straight to Minushi Peak. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. Xiao Yuehong was lying lazily on a boat-shaped magic tool. His complexion looked much better than before. Xiao Xianrui was standing next to him. Seeing Xiaohua return, her face was full of joy. "How was it?" "Xiaohua, how was the journey?" The magic tool under Xiao Yuehong tilted, straightening Xiao Yuehong's boat. Reporting to Sect Master. "Let's talk about the journey." Disciple went to 100 Herbs Gate. Xiaohua bowed and told him about his trip to 100 Herbs Gate. "What? 100 Herbs Gate didn't have enough black tusk grass. How is this possible?" Xiao Yuehong's expression changed slightly. "Father, it's possible. I saw 100 Herbs Gate selling spirit herbs in East City. There was black tusk grass among them." Xiao Xianrui said. "Is that so?" Xiao Yuehong glanced at Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui lowered her head slightly. Gong Mingwei glanced at Xiao Xianrui and nodded, "Yes, disciple saw it too." Zhang Qingxiao opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. It's useful to spoil black tusk grass that's 2 years old, but it's extremely inappropriate to match it with this year's absorption fruit. What a waste. Xiao Yuehong sighed. Then, he glanced at one of the jade boxes and threw it aside. Disciple planted these black tusk grass in the medicine garden. Maybe it can be used the year after next. Xiaohua said softly. The year after next. Xiao Yuehong glanced at his disciples with a complicated expression. He then said, "That's the only way. And, disciple will go over now. Since the black tusk grass has just been plucked, it should be able to survive." Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He took out his storage pouch and reported. "All right, you can go." Xiao Yuehong said to Xiaohua with a smile. Xiaohua got up and flew to Cherishing Flower Peak. Just as he was about to plant the black tusk grass, he saw the puppet beside the medicine garden and changed his mind. He walked to the puppet, patted it, and stored it into the space in his mind. Then, he stored the black tusk grass and the dozens of jade boxes into the space and ordered the puppet to plant the black tusk grass in the flat medicine garden. When he returned to Mincy Peak, Gong Mingwei and the other two had already disappeared. Reporting to Sect Master, the black tusk grass has been planted. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. He knew that Xiao Yuehong didn't go to the medicine garden that many times a year, so he wasn't afraid that Xiao Yuehong would find something fishy. And plant it. We'll talk about it later. As expected, Xiao Yuehong wasn't interested. He waved his hand and said, Your senior brothers have gone to the pill room to prepare. Master is going to start refining pills in 2 days. At that time, you can also come and take a look. What? Disciple, can take a look. Xiao Hua's face lit up with joy. He wasn't Shang Huaming's official disciple. Although he was an alchemy boy in name, he only prepared things. When it was time to refine pills, he could only wait outside the pill room, unable to see anything. You'll be Shang Huaming's disciple in the future. What's the harm in taking a look now? Moreover, if you don't have Master's teachings on the Tao of alchemy, what can you see just by looking? Xiao Yuehong said disdainfully, That's right, tell me what happened along the way. Master has been worried all this time. Only when I saw your sound-transmitting talisman did I feel relieved. Disciples' cultivation is insufficient. I've made Sect Master worry. Xiao Hua's nose twitched as he muttered. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. If your cultivation is insufficient, you can continue to cultivate. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 10 years. If 10 years isn't enough, cough cough, then 50 years. Master won't drive you away. When you're 60 years old and enter the 3rd layer of qi refining, Master will still take you into Shanghuaming. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. That's not necessary, Sect Master. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Although he was extremely grateful in his heart, he really couldn't keep his face straight. Chapter 1256. What? Fellow Daoist Chang, who's roughly in the 9th layer of qi refining. Xiao Yuehong's expression slightly changed. With a gloomy face, he said, Needless to say, a 9th layer qi refining cultivator bullying a 1st layer qi refining disciple, who else could it be other than that loose cultivator called Changhuan? This loose cultivator is quite a headache. It can't be said that they're all snobbish people who would attack spirit stones and spirit plants when they see them, but they don't belong to any sect or school, so they do as they please. They're willing to kill and rob, but there are still some chivalrous and benevolent people among them who cultivate peacefully. This Chang Huan you encountered has the worst reputation among the loose cultivators. The worst reputation. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and said inwardly, That's because you haven't heard about the blue twin bears. Xiao Hua, then, how did you escape? If you were caught by Chang Huan, not only would those vitality-assimilating fruits be taken away, even your little life would be in danger. Yes, Sect Master. At that time, this disciple was also scared, but it just so happened that a young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining came. Xiao Hua explained. Ah. A young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining? How come I've never heard of him? When did our country of Xi have such a genius? Xiao Yuehong curiously asked, What's this person's name? This disciple doesn't know that person's name, and he also didn't say. This disciple only knows that Chang Huan called him fellow Daoist Li. A cultivator surnamed Li. Xiao Yuehong furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, There are 3 major cultivation sects in the state of Xi, namely the Splendid Sect, the Seven Skills Sect, and the Xuanyan School. The splendid sect Sun Yunzi, the Seven Skills Sect's Reverend Lu Enai, and the Xuanyan School's Ferrying Zhuo are all at the late nascent soul stage. They have countless disciples, including Gold Core and Foundation Establishment disciples. Disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage are nothing. However, for disciples at the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage with outstanding aptitude, they would only be able to advance 1 layer per year in the early stages, 1 layer per 2 years in the middle stages, and 1 layer per 5 years in the late stages. Especially for the 11th and 12th layers of the Qi refining stage. But this cultivator surnamed Li actually reached the peak of the Qi refining stage at the age of 24. This is something that has never been heard of in the 3 great cultivation sects of the state of Xi. Soon after, Xiao Yuehong was startled and asked curiously, "That's right, Xiao Hua, how did you know this cultivator surnamed Li was at the peak of the Qi refining realm?" Reporting to Sect Master, this disciple felt that he had divine sense, but it was much weaker than Sect Master's divine sense. Xiao Hua answered honestly. "What? You can actually perceive my divine sense?" Xiao Yuehong was flabbergasted. He had an inconceivable expression on his face. Divine sense is a divine ability that only appears at the peak of the Qi refining stage. Unless you also have divine sense, you absolutely can't perceive it. Ah. Is that so? Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't know about this. Scratching his head, he said, "This disciple doesn't know. This disciple doesn't have any divine sense. It's just that when Sect Master used his divine sense to sweep over me, I had a feeling." As for whether it was divine sense or not, this disciple heard second senior brother mention it before. This disciple can't be sure. Take a look at this, isn't it? As he spoke, Xiao Yuehong swept a strand of divine sense over Xiao Hua's body. Reporting to Sect Master, this is the feeling. This disciple felt that Sect Master used his divine sense to sweep over the thing in this disciple's arms. Xiao Hua said. "Strange, strange." Xiao Yuehong laughed heartily. He patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, "Child, where did you come from? You're only at the first level of the Qi refining realm, but you can actually perceive divine sense." Xiao Hua was sad. He lowered his head and said, "This disciple doesn't know where this disciple came from. This disciple can't remember anything." Xiao Hua, don't be sad. There's nothing in this world that you don't know. It's just that you haven't found the way to find the truth. As long as you cultivate to become the #1 cultivator in the world and become an almighty great ascension stage expert, can you still not find your origin? Great ascension stage. Xiao Hua was stunned. Then, what cultivation level is that? Cough cough. Xiao Yuehong coughed awkwardly twice and changed the topic. However, even if you can't remember your origin in this lifetime, it doesn't matter. This Heartwarming is your home. Master will be responsible for taking care of you when you're old. Sect Master, aren't you saying the opposite? It's this disciple who will take care of you when you're old. Xiao Hua knew what Xiao Yuehong was referring to and said in a low voice. Then, you'll have to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage first. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Sect Master. Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. However, in his heart, he quite liked Xiao Yuehong's amiable attitude towards his disciple. I remember now. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua's embarrassment and was very happy in his heart. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "I know who this fellow Daoist Li is." Xiao Hua saw Xiao Yuehong so excited that he was even happier than if he were teasing his own cultivation level. He couldn't help but be stunned and asked curiously, "This fellow Daoist Li, is he a famous figure?" "He's not just famous, he's simply too famous." Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, compared to him, there's nothing to compare. Who is this person? Xiao Hua was even more surprised. Which of the 3 sects of Arshi country is he? How is he a cultivator of Arshi country? If he was a cultivator of Arshi country, Master would have known earlier. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, this person has some background. He's a disciple of the extreme happiness faction of the Lian country, Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao. This name sounds extremely ordinary, far worse than Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Your name sounds good, but it was also given by Master. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yuehong looked up at the distant mountain stream floating in the clouds and said, 10 years ago, this Li Zongbao was in the limelight on our Xiaoyu continent. 10 years ago. Sect Master, 10 years ago, Li Zongbao was only 14 years old. Xiao Hua said curiously. That's right. When Li Zongbao was 14 years old, he cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. That is the late stage of the Qi refining realm. Your eldest senior brother is the one with the best aptitude I've met. He was 20 years old when he reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, a full 6 years later than Li Zongbao. Sigh, even your eldest senior brother can't compare. How can you compare to him? You are now 21 years old and just reached the 1st level of the Qi refining realm. If you didn't mention your age, I wouldn't have noticed. 3 years ago, you looked 18 years old. Now, why do you still look 18 years old? You haven't changed at all. Xiao Yuehong suddenly noticed Xiao Hua's appearance and asked curiously. Disciple hasn't changed. Xiao Hua was also stunned and reached out to touch his face. This doesn't seem to have changed. When Xiao Yuehong heard Xiao Hua's question, he was also somewhat uncertain. After all, he had never paid attention to it before. You seem to have grown a bit. Only when a nascent soul cultivator reconstructs his body would his face not change. You're not a nascent soul cultivator, so of course it would change. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and sighed again. In 10 years, he actually cultivated from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. How did he cultivate in the end? Sect Master, didn't you say that if your cultivation went smoothly, you could advance from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 12th level of the Qi refining realm in 15 years? Li Zongbao used 10 years, it's about the same. Xiao Hua argued. What do you know? The so-called 5 years to increase one level is just a common saying. Different people have different opportunities, different cultivation methods and different elixirs. The time taken to break through each level is different. Moreover, from the 9th level onwards, it becomes more and more difficult to break through each level. Even for cultivators of the same level, because of different cultivation methods and qualifications, the difference is huge. Don't think that Jiang Fan from the 100 Herbs sect is already at the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. That's all because of elixirs. Moreover, Jiang Fan's qualifications are not bad. He's just 35 years old and can be considered one of the better cultivators in the country of Xi. But if you compare him to Li Zongbao, the difference is not just a little bit. Thinking about that cold-faced but warm-hearted young senior who ignored him and didn't even release the confinement talisman for him to save the yellow talismans, Xiao Hua couldn't help but blush with shame. Compared to him, there was really nothing to compare. By the way, why didn't Li Zongbao stay in the Utopia faction? Why did he come to the country of Xi? Xiao Yuehong suddenly thought of this question. Moreover, that Chang Huan actually called out Li Zongbao's name. Presumably, Li Zongbao has been in the country of Xi for a long time. What is he doing here? Xiao Hua shrugged and shook his head. Even the sect leader doesn't know. I don't even know. Is that so? How do you know I don't know? Xiao Yuehong smiled and shrugged his shoulders, as if he was imitating Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was speechless. And then? Xiao Yuehong suddenly asked when Xiao Hua was speechless. And then? There's no and then. Li Zongbao saved me and sent me on a journey. He saw a green brilliance in the Imitang Mountains. He abandoned me and ran away. Xiao Hua smiled. Looking at him, he seemed to be looking for the green brilliance. Green brilliance, then, what is it? Xiao Yuehong frowned again. Then he pinched his chin and said in a low voice, he actually came all the way to the country of Xi because of a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Hua stood still and waited for Xiao Yuehong to continue asking. But after waiting for a long time, Xiao Yuehong actually stared at the clouds outside in a daze, as if he had been worried about Li Zongbao coming to the country of Xi. Cough cough, sect leader. Xiao Hua coughed twice, but Xiao Yuehong ignored him. Forget it, maybe I don't need to report Kai Zhuoxiao's matter to the sect leader. Xiao Hua thought to himself, but then he changed his mind. Even if he left Yellow Flower Ridge, he still had to let Xiao Yuehong know. If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sect leader, I have something to ask. Xiao Hua had to interrupt Xiao Yuehong's thoughts. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Yuehong came back to his senses and asked curiously. It's like this, sect leader. Do you know Luyang's Kai family? Xiao Hua asked embarrassedly. Kai family. Xiao Yuehong's expression changed greatly, but he immediately returned to normal. He said coldly, you met someone from Qin Yuan's Kai family. Who is it? Chapter 1257. Qin Yuan's Kai family. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked casually, sect master knows someone from Qin Yuan's Kai family. Who did you meet? Xiao Yuehong didn't answer Xiao Hua and only asked coldly. Reporting to sect master, disciple didn't meet anyone from Qin Yuan's Kai family. I only met a female cultivator from Luyang's Kai family. Seeing the sect master's expression change, Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped smiling and answered respectfully. Oh, Luyang's Kai family. Xiao Yuehong came to his senses and nodded, master knows about Luyang's Kai family. It's a side branch of Qin Yuan's Kai family. What's that female cultivator's name? Kai Zhuoxia. Xiao Hua answered. Never heard of her. Xiao Yuehong said resolutely, Luyang's Kai family has someone called Fairy Hongxia. I heard her aptitude is extraordinary. Master isn't familiar with the others. After she finished speaking, she revealed a sneer on her face. Fairy, only those who have reached the nascent soul realm would acknowledge the title of fairy in the Xiaoyu continent. Don't even mention Gold Core realm and Foundation Establishment realm fairies, they all call themselves fairy for fun. A little Qi condensation realm girl dares to call herself fairy. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua was a little surprised when he heard this. Xiao Yuehong was an amiable person and didn't put on the airs of an elder. Even the disciples of Death Flower Underworld sect would sometimes say some witty things in front of them. Xiao Hua had never heard Xiao Yuehong give such a harsh evaluation of a junior disciple. However, Xiao Hua naturally wasn't interested in Fairy Hongxia. Seeing Xiao Yuehong unhappy, he smiled apologetically and said, this Kai Zhuoxia left me a summoning talisman. She said that if I have the opportunity, I should go to 1,000 Feet Peak half a year later. 1,000 Feet Peak. Why go there? As expected, Xiao Yuehong's curiosity was successfully piqued by Xiao Hua. He said disdainfully, 1,000 Feet Peak became famous because of a 1,000-feet-old man 1,000 years ago. Why would a disciple of a sect like you go there? Why, can't I go? Xiao Hua was a bit baffled. Because you're a disciple of a sect. Xiao Yuehong smiled. You have my Xinghua Ming's cultivation technique, as well as your master and senior brothers and sisters. Naturally, you don't have to go to 1,000 Feet Peak to look for that 1,000 feet old man's treasures. Xiao Hua came to a realization. This 1,000 feet old man was actually a rogue cultivator. Sure enough, Xiao Yuehong continued, I'm sure the girl from the Kai family has already told you some things about rogue cultivators, right? Seeing the disdain on Xiao Yuehong's face when he mentioned rogue cultivators, Xiao Hua could only nod his head. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua and said meaningfully, Xiao Hua, you should know by now that the various sects of our Xiaoyu continent only accept disciples after they reach the third level of qi refinement. If they couldn't reach the third layer of qi refining within a certain period of time, these disciples would either be assigned to other jobs or have their cultivation crippled and driven off the mountain. As for the disciples who had already cultivated, they had already come into contact with cultivation. Of course, they hoped that they could still have the strength they had before their cultivation was abolished, so they tried their best to cultivate. Everything depended on human effort. Many people were able to successfully recover their cultivation. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that when the cultivation was crippled, they would be merciful and not cripple their cultivation at all. As for these disciples, they became rogue cultivators without any sects or clans. Therefore, the vast majority of rogue cultivators were disciples abandoned by various sections. And there was also a small portion that simply didn't enter the eyes of the various sections. They had never cultivated in a sect for even a day. However, they just happened to have top-notch aptitude. Relying on a cultivation technique that they obtained out of thin air, they cultivated to an extremely high realm. Xiao Hua was baffled and asked, since they have top-notch aptitude, why didn't the other sects take an interest in them? Immortal fate. Xiao Yuehong exposed the truth with one sentence, aptitude is nothing. If you don't cultivate, no one will know. Even if you have heaven-defying aptitude, you can't let others see it. If you don't even have the slightest opportunity to cultivate, then no one will know whether you have aptitude or not. Could it be that there's no other way to discover it before cultivating? Xiao Hua frowned. There is, but it consumes quite a lot of magic power. If one doesn't have an extremely deep background and is extremely valued by others, who would use it? Xiao Hua said with a smile, but since you have an extremely deep background and are extremely valued by others, who would let others test you? Why is it so hard to pronounce? Xiao Hua shook his head and said, if there was a simple method to determine whether someone has the fate to cultivate or not, wouldn't that be great? And, Master will leave this matter of saving the cultivation world to you, Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong solemnly patted Xiao Hua's shoulder. Xiao Hua didn't know if Xiao Yuehong was joking with him or if he was serious. He could only mutter a few words and didn't agree. Xiao Yuehong was obviously joking with him and continued, Elder Hunter Zhang belongs to the latter. This famous rogue cultivator senior had never stayed in a sect for even a day, but suddenly, he rose like a star. First, he was at the 5th layer of qi refining, then he appeared at the 10th layer of qi refining, and finally, his cultivation actually reached the peak of foundation establishment. You have to know that our Xiaoyu continent's cultivation techniques have withered. I, Heartwarming, can only cultivate to the gold core stage. The majority of the cultivation techniques in the hands of rogue cultivators can only cultivate to the late stage of qi refining. This Elder Hunter Zhang actually cultivated to the early stage of gold core stage in his lifetime. This doesn't mean much in the eyes of famous sects, but it's an extremely rare occurrence among rogue cultivators. It's just that, this Elder Hunter Zhang's cultivation cave was on Hunter Zhang Peak. According to his cultivation, he could also establish a sect. But for some reason, Elder Hunter Zhang never accepted any disciples. Even when he finally exhausted his lifespan and died on Hunter Zhang Peak, there wasn't a single disciple by his side, nor was there anyone to collect his remains. Oh, this disciple understands. Xiaohua nodded. Old man Thousand Zhang probably didn't leave behind any Tao teachings, nor did he pass down the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This doesn't count for much to cultivators who have sects, but to rogue cultivators who lack cultivation techniques, it's a fatal temptation. Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation technique can also condense gold core, perhaps Master would also covet it. Xiao Yuehong smiled. Unfortunately, 1,000 years have passed, and until now, no cultivator has obtained Elder Hundred Zhang's Tao teachings. In our country of Shi's cultivation world, there's only a rumor that Elder Hundred Zhang left behind a certain clue. His cultivation technique is left on 100 Zhang Peak, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. It's another matter of a 1,000-year-old treasure. I'm afraid that in these 1,000 years, many rogue cultivators have fallen on 100 Zhang Peak. Xiaohua asked. Not only that, but there are also many low-level disciples from sections. That Kai Zhuxia must have seen that your cultivation is low and used this to bewitch you. Xiaohua sweated profusely. He was only at the first level of qi refining, how could he be bewitched? You should obediently cultivate on Yellow Flower Ridge. Our Heartwarming's cultivation technique isn't necessarily worse than Elder Hundred Zhang's. Right, give me that little girl sound-transmitting talisman. Xiao Yuehong warned. Xiaohua took out the sound-transmitting talisman. Xiao Yuehong inspected it, then handed it back and nodded. This is a simple sound-transmitting talisman, the little girl didn't do anything. Oh, right, Xiaohua, why did that little girl from the Kai clan ask you to go to 100 Zhang Peak for no reason? Could it be that she was bewitched by you? Xiao Yuehong looked Xiaohua up and down, then muttered, I don't see anything attractive about her. Could it be that your two senior brothers haven't been settled yet, but you already have a dual cultivation partner? You're only at the first level of qi refining, yet you're thinking so much. Then, he glared at Xiaohua and said, I won't talk about other people, but this girl from the Kai clan, without my permission, you can't easily make friends with her. Sect Master, it's not what you think. Xiaohua's face was slightly red. Ha! Then why did she give you the sound-transmitting talisman? She even asked you to go to 100 Zhang Peak together. That's because this disciple saved her. Xiaohua said confidently. Hearing this, Xiao Yuehong's expression was incomparably brilliant. He said with a smile, could it be, you're a disciple at the first level of qi refining? Oh, right, what's the cultivation of that little girl from the Kai clan? This. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment before recounting what happened. However, before he could finish, Xiao Yuehong interrupted him. Ah. You actually ran into the pylon twin bears? Xiao Yuehong was greatly alarmed. These two people have the worst reputation among the loose cultivators. Moreover, they kill without batting an eye and are most lustful for women. Moreover, these two people's cultivation. I'm afraid they're at the 6th level of qi refining. You were actually able to save that little girl from the Kai clan. What? That girl's cultivation is actually at the 5th level of qi refining. The other 4 are also at the 5th level of qi refining. How did you do it? Xiaohua didn't plan to hide anything from Xiao Yuehong, so he told him everything in detail. Xiao Yuehong's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Xiaohua's hand and said, just like that, you defeated the Iron Cloak talisman with your bare hands. As he said that, he patted his waist and took out a golden bell talisman. He urged his transcendence energy and hit himself with it. He said, Xiaohua, try hitting me with your fists. Xiaohua knew the sect master's cultivation wasn't something he could reach. Although his strength was great, he could only deal with cultivators around the 6th level of qi refining. Therefore, he didn't hold back and said with a smile, be careful, sect master. Afterwards, he gathered all the strength in his body and continuously hit the same place on Xiao Yuehong's arm. Paw, 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 5 consecutive punches. Xiao Hua hit Xiao Yuehong to his heart's content. Xiao Yuehong also let out a long laugh. Good boy, good boy. You're really born with extraordinary talent. In the midst of Xiao Yuehong's laughter, the golden bell talisman on his body shattered with a crash. Although the golden bell talisman wasn't as high level as the iron cloak talisman, this golden bell talisman was still cast by a middle stage foundation establishment cultivator like Xiao Yuehong. The defense it produced wasn't just a little bit stronger than the iron cloak talismans of the blue and blue bears. If someone else tried to break this kind of defense, they probably wouldn't be able to break it without using extremely powerful yellow talismans or magic tools. However, Xiao Hua actually defeated it with just 5 punches. This was something Xiao Yuehong never even dreamed of before. Even now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't understand the key point within. Only, did he need to know? Wouldn't it be fine as long as he knew that he, a first-level Qi refining disciple, had an attack power comparable to a 5th or 6th level Qi refining cultivator? Chapter 1258. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Sect Master, disciple's move was indeed unexpected and powerful, but who would stand there and let disciple beat them up? When disciple saved Kaizhuxia that day, I only scared them. When they saw disciple's method and saw disciple's young age, they mistook disciple for a nascent soul cultivator and fled in a sorry state. I'm afraid they've already woken up and are looking for disciple everywhere. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Yuehong's face was full of disdain. Isn't it just the blue twin bears? If master runs into them, I'll kill them first and vent your anger for you. But then, he began to ponder, that's true. Your fists can't be compared to magic arts or talismans. They can only be effective in close combat. But in a normal fight, who would let you get close to them? It's really hard to deal with. Disciple never intended to use this move as a regular weapon. Cultivating seriously is the right way. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Good, well said. All kinds of magic arts need to be supported by magic power. Only when one's cultivation is profound can they have stronger magic power. Xiao Yuehong clapped his hands and laughed. That's right, 100 Herbs Gate's young master asked disciple to bring a Peiyuan pill. Xiao Hua asked, Sect Master, do you want me to keep it or give it to you? Xiao Yuehong snorted. He waved his hand and said, go to the pill room by yourself. After he finished speaking, the boat magic tool behind him floated up again and carried the frowning Xiao Yuehong towards the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua bowed and saluted before flying towards the pill room on Shihua Peak. Although the pill room was on Shihua Peak, it wasn't in the same place as the medicinal garden. It was a spacious and bright place at the foot of the mountain. It was a cave that was several people tall and led straight to the inside of Shihua Peak. Above the cave, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Pill Refining Room. In the past, Xiao Hua would always guard the entrance of this cave and wouldn't take half a step inside. Now that he obtained Xiao Yuehong's approval, he stepped inside. The inside of the cave was very dry, and the surrounding stone walls were inlaid with many Minghua stones, illuminating the inside of the cave. Xiao Hua curiously looked around as he walked inside. The mountain path inside the cave wasn't straight. After a while, it spiraled downwards. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiao Hua arrived at an open space with a radius of 10 zhang. In front of the open space, there were 3 caves. Just as Xiao Hua didn't know which cave to enter, Zhang Qingxiao came out from the leftmost cave. When she saw Xiao Hua, she smiled and said, Xiao Hua, you finally came to the alchemy room. Xiao Hua is here. While speaking, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui walked out from behind Zhang Qingxiao with strange things in their hands and asked with a smile. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Hua took a step forward and respectfully replied. He handed the storage bag on his waist to Xiao Xianrui. That's great. Now that you're here, we can relax. Xiao Xianrui felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She took the storage bag and handed some things over to Xiao Hua. Looking at the things in his hand, Xiao Hua asked curiously, "These are all used for alchemy?" Of course, every time Father refines alchemy, we have to prepare for a long time. It's quite complicated. I already told Father to let you come, but your cultivation hasn't made any progress. Father has some misgivings. Xiao Xianrui didn't hide anything. He, please teach me, senior sister. In the future, this little brother will be responsible for the alchemy room. Xiao Hua said with a warm voice. Well, this time we're almost ready. Let's wait for the next time. Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and said. Then, she walked towards the middle cave. Walking in front of the cave, Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the cave and said, "This is the real alchemy room." Then, she pointed to a yellow talisman on the left side of the cave and said, "This is a yellow talisman given by Master. Every time you come to the alchemy room, you have to stick the yellow talisman there. Otherwise, there will be an extremely powerful restriction in the alchemy room." When the three of them entered the cave, a hot breath hit their faces. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. When he saw the scene in the cave clearly, he couldn't help but be a little dazed. Because the layout of the alchemy room looked extremely familiar to him, as if he was very familiar with it. But this alchemy room was no different from an ordinary alchemy room. In the middle of the alchemy room, there was a huge alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace's 3 legs were firmly standing on a platform. The platform was more than half a foot higher than the ground. On the left side of the alchemy furnace, there were a few rows of shelves with some scattered jade bottles on them. On the right side of the alchemy furnace, there were also some yellow talismans, some spirit stones, and some things similar to the ones in Xiao Hua's hand. Some jade boxes that Xiao Hua brought from the 100 Herbs Gate were also placed on the ground in front of the alchemy furnace. Around these jade boxes, there were more than 10 jade bottles. Xiao Hua recognized these jade bottles as the absorption grass that he taught Xiao Yuehong. Why is it like this? I don't think I've ever been here. Xiao Hua secretly thought. How is it? Xiao Hua. Aren't you shocked by this alchemy room? Zhang Qingxiao put down the things in his hand and looked at Xiao Hua's dazed expression. He smiled and said, although our Heartwarming is a small sect in the country of Shi, the alchemy furnace in this alchemy room, it's comparable to the 3 major sects in the country of Shi. Xiao Hua came back to his senses and put down the things in his hand. He smiled and said, "Second senior brother, please teach me. What's the difference between our Heartwarming's alchemy room and other ordinary sects? Not every sect has alchemy skills. Otherwise, sects like the 100 Herbs Gate and the 10,000 Flowers Valley that specialize in alchemy would have no value in surviving. But even if other sects have alchemy skills, it's not very complete. They can only refine the most basic qi replenishing and healing pills. But our Heartwarming is different. Although Master usually only refines the parasol pill, he can also refine the Peiyuan pill, the marrow cleansing pill, and even the foundation establishment pill." Gong Mingwei said proudly. After Gong Mingwei finished speaking, Zhang Qingxiao looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him and smiled. "Do you see? This alchemy furnace is called Jihao. It's the alchemy furnace used by our Heartwarming creation sect and has been passed down to this day. Although it's not famous in the country of Shi, I can tell you that it's more powerful than the 100 Herbs Gate's Lianhua furnace. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, alchemy requires an alchemy furnace. Why is there a difference between alchemy furnaces? Zhang Qingxiao looked like a good teacher. He walked to the front of the Jihao furnace and pointed at the platform below the alchemy furnace. Do you see? Below the platform is the earth fire, which is used for alchemy. If you don't have an alchemy furnace, how can you refine these spirit herbs and spirit fruits into pills? Xiaohua was stunned and said embarrassedly, second senior brother, your words don't seem to have answered my question. Hee, don't listen to your second senior brother's nonsense. Gong Mingwei, who was standing at the side, couldn't stand it any longer and said with a smile, he only knows half of it. This alchemy technique is very mysterious. Even Master hasn't fully grasped it, let alone impart it to us. What he just said was Master's casual guidance. Then he glanced at Xiao Xianrui and turned his head again. According to Master, the alchemy technique can be used to refine foundation elixir, marrow cleansing elixir, and even elixir pills for the gold core stage. The alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy furnace is even more special. According to the records of the sect, the alchemy furnace can be as big as a fist when refining alchemy pills. When refining alchemy pills, it can be as big as our Jihao when refining alchemy pills. Xiao Xianrui nodded her head and said, the alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy furnace is even more special. According to the records of the sect, the alchemy furnace can be as big as a fist when refining alchemy pills. When refining alchemy pills, it can be as big as our Jihao when refining alchemy pills. Hearing this, Xiao Xianrui sighed and said, alas, in fact, such an alchemy furnace can already be called a magic weapon. How can the alchemy furnace of Jihao, which can't even be called a magic tool, be compared to the alchemy furnace of Jihao? Xiao Hua was stunned. He knew that Xiao Yuehong's boat was a magic tool. Magic tools were more powerful than magic tools, but he didn't expect that in the high-level alchemy technique, just the alchemy furnace was a magic tool. So, junior sister, only the high-level alchemy technique can refine the legendary nascent soul pill. Our Jihao doesn't even dare to think about it. Nascent soul pill. Xiaohua asked curiously, what kind of pill is that? TSK, nascent soul pill. Zhang Qingxiao's face was fascinated. That's the key for nascent soul stage seniors to break through the nascent soul stage and enter the deification stage. Wow, then isn't it the same as the foundation pill? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Bah, Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She fiercely glared at him. You'll only be in the foundation building stage for the rest of your life. Every day you eat foundation building pills, don't you have a higher goal? Xiaohua curled his lips and said with a natural expression, I'm only in the first layer of the qi refining stage. If I don't want to build my foundation, can I still want to enter the deification stage? Listen carefully, senior brother is consolidating your Dao heart. Zhang Qingxiao saw that Xiaohua was unconvinced and almost jumped up. Gong Mingwei stood at the side and found it funny. He didn't stop Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao had always been a junior brother. It wasn't easy to have Xiaohua, who was much younger than him, so how could he not take the airs of a senior brother? At this moment, Xiao Xianrui faintly said, what eldest senior brother said is the ordinary division. According to father, it seems that above this high-level alchemy technique, there is an even higher-level alchemy technique. Oh. Really? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she immediately stopped educating Xiaohua. She turned her head and asked, what is it like? The alchemy technique mentioned just now is strictly limited to the pill furnace. The quality of the medicinal pill depends largely on the quality of the pill furnace. If you don't have a high-level pill furnace, you can't refine higher-level medicinal pills. Could it be that there is an alchemy technique that doesn't use a pill furnace? Everyone was surprised. Chapter 1259. This. I don't know. I seem to have heard Father talk about it, or perhaps Father sighed. Xiao Xianrui shook her head. I remember when Father failed to refine pills when I was a child. I happened to be on the side and heard Father muttering, refining pills like this is difficult, then how can one refine pills with heaven and earth as the furnace and Taoist heart as the flame? At that time, I was also curious and asked what was heaven and earth as the furnace. Father only said that there was no need to use a furnace and nothing else. Seeing Gong Mingwei and the other two's somewhat disappointed expression, Xiao Xianrui smiled sweetly and said, however, after I asked again, I found out that even Father himself didn't know much about it. He only found a few words from the ancient books in the sect and knew that there was such a wonderful alchemy technique in this world. He didn't know anything else. Xiao Hua and the other two were even more disappointed. This was equivalent to not saying anything. Well, everything is ready. Let's wait for Master to refine pills in the next 2 days. Gong Mingwei clapped his hands and looked at the ground again. There is enough saltpeter for the fire. Xiao Hua, remember to buy more next time you are in the market. Yes, senior brother, remind me when the time comes. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Okay, Gong Mingwei nodded naturally. Zhang Qingxiao was stunned at first, then she couldn't help but cover her mouth and hold back her laughter. Gong Mingwei looked at Zhang Qingxiao strangely and walked out of the alchemy room. Xiao Hua and the others followed him out. Gong Mingwei pointed to the cave on the right side of the alchemy room and said, there are pills refined by Master and the jade slip of alchemy in the sect. Without Master's approval, you can't pass through the restriction in front of the door. Don't break in. Yes, I know, senior brother. Xiao Hua nodded. After leaving the cave, Xiao Hua thought of something. He took out the exquisite yellow talisman from his arms and handed it to Xiao Xianrui. Senior sister, this is an invitation talisman from 100 Herbs sect. Jiang'an asked me to bring it to senior sister. He said that if senior sister has time, please come to 100 Herbs sect, to play. Xiao Xianrui took it with a smile and whispered, this Jiang'an is really interesting. Can't he just send a message? Why waste time making an invitation talisman? They are 100 Herbs sect, rich and overbearing, they don't care about this waste. Zhang Qingxiao ridiculed. Is there anything else? Xiao Xianrui's beautiful eyes looked towards Xiao Hua. Oh, there's also a Peiyuan pill that Jiang Fan asked me to bring. Xiao Hua stole a glance at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces and took out the jade bottle. Xiao Xianrui's face turned red, and there was a trace of joy in her eyes. She wanted to take it, but she was a little shy. She only said, this thing. Father is going to refine it soon. Why would I want this? Xiao Hua, why don't you keep this? You'll need it for your cultivation. Why would Xiao Hua stay? He stuffed it into Xiao Xianrui's hand and said, if young Master Jiang knows about this, I'll be in trouble. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with regret and helplessness. They got up and flew towards Manushi Peak. Thank you, junior brother. Xiao Xianrui put away the Peiyuan pill and nodded towards Xiao Hua. Her figure also flew over and shouted, eldest senior brother, wait for me, alas, why bother? Seeing Xiao Xianrui's appearance, Xiao Hua knew that his senior sister's impression of Jiang Fan had greatly increased. He was afraid that his two senior brothers had no chance, but what could he do? Watching the three people fly away, Xiaohua directly returned to the medicine garden. After finishing the chores in the medicine garden, he sat down cross-legged and checked the situation in the space in his mind. While Xiaohua was talking with Xiao Yuehong, the puppet in the space had already opened up another piece of the medicine garden and was about to plant the black bamboo grass. In the original medicine garden, some of the black bamboo grass that Xiaohua had planted earlier were already 50 or 60 years old. Isn't it just some black bamboo grass? So secretive. Xiaohua didn't care whether Jiang Fan had difficulties or not. He attributed all of them to having ulterior motives. This young master has dozens of years old black bamboo grass here. It's just that there's no suitable reason to take them out. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out some more than 20 years old black bamboo grass. He had to plant some in the medicine garden of Shihua Peak, otherwise Xiao Yuehong wouldn't be able to see them. While Xiaohua was planting the black bamboo grass in the medicine garden, the puppet in the space, under Xiaohua's command, opened up another medicine garden. In this medicine garden, Xiaohua was going to plant the useless and incomplete seeds he obtained from 100 Herbs Gate. The spiritual herbs in the space were also taken care of differently, so he just threw these seeds in there. If one or two of them could germinate and grow into an extremely rare spiritual herb, then Xiaohua would be rich. After finishing all this, Xiaohua regulated his breathing and cultivated while thinking. I heard that loose cultivator Changhuan say that the 10,000 Flowers Valley has the marrow cleansing pill. I think I heard second senior brother say that this marrow cleansing pill can wash the marrow and refine the hair. It can improve a cultivator's physique the most. I haven't been able to make a breakthrough in my realm. Is it because I haven't taken the marrow cleansing pill? Alas, this marrow cleansing pill is probably too rare, otherwise the sect leader would have made me take it long ago. And I still have time to ask about the marrow cleansing pill's recipe and see if I can plant some of those spiritual herbs. After a few dozen days, they'll mature and I'll have the sect leader refine some more. And this young master will eat one, and one more. I want to see if it can improve my cultivation. Right, if it's effective, I'll have the sect leader recruit a few more disciples. No, I'll recruit a few hundred more disciples. It's not like our Yellow Flower Ridge doesn't have a place. I'll have as many disciples as I can and let 100 Herbs Gates see that Heartwarming isn't easy to bully. My senior sister doesn't have to insist on dual cultivation with their whatever young sect leader. At that time, I'll also be a senior brother and have a bunch of junior brothers under me. Should I also have the sect leader make some kind of flying magic tool? Xiaohua began to plan a beautiful future for himself and Heartwarming. 2 fleeting days passed in Xiaohua's beautiful outline. Unfortunately, he didn't see Xiao Yuehong start to refine pills. Xiaohua was a little anxious. He unconsciously went to Wanxi Peak to inquire about the situation. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was only because Xiao Yuehong felt that his injuries hadn't healed and he couldn't control the magic power in his body perfectly. He was afraid that he would destroy those precious origin returning herbs. Xiaohua's inquiry made Xiao Yuehong laugh. What? Do you want to learn alchemy? It doesn't matter, Xiaohua, don't be impatient. As long as you learn our sect's alchemy technique, even if you're in the first layer of the aura refining realm for the rest of your life, Master will guarantee that you'll enter Heartwarming's door. Xiaohua was embarrassed. He knew that alchemy was Heartwarming's secret. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to learn. Even his 3 senior brothers, who had been in the aura refining realm for more than 10 years, hadn't learned anything. How could he dare to belittle himself? He could only smile and say, "Sect leader must be joking. This disciple just wants to take the Peiyuan pill as soon as possible. How could I dare to covet alchemy techniques?" Then his eyes turned and he asked, "That's right, sect leader, this disciple heard that there is a marrow cleansing pill in the 10,000 Flower Valley. What kind of spiritual grass is used to refine this thing? Oh, I, Heartwarming, also have the pill recipe for the marrow cleansing pill, but you haven't entered Heartwarming's door yet, so I can't tell you for the time being. Xiao Yuehong smiled and said. Then he glanced at Xiao Hua and somewhat understood. Do you think you should take the marrow cleansing pill? And, sect leader's insight is like a torch. This disciple is also looking for a way to improve my realm. Xiao Hua nodded and said, perhaps this disciple's foundation isn't good. After using the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse my body, there will be some effect. Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. Your situation seems to have nothing to do with the marrow cleansing pill. You practiced the first layer of Heartwarming's cultivation method very easily. This shows that aptitude isn't the main reason. Oh, of course, if you have the chance, you can give it a try. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yuehong muttered to himself, the main ingredients used to refine the marrow cleansing pill are black stallion and lumberwood. I, Heartwarming, didn't plant these two spiritual grasses. If there's a trade next time, I'll have Ming Wei and the others trade for some. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Hua, very surprised. Ha! Xiao Hua, why haven't you left yet? Xiao Hua stared blankly and immediately understood. He smiled and said, this disciple wants to tell sect leader that this disciple will go take a look nearby and look for some hidden places to see if I can find anything good. Go quickly, go quickly. If you can find some old spiritual grasses, Master will start refining pills tomorrow and give you half of the refined Peiyuan pill. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, an impatient expression on his face. Xiao Hua bowed and saluted, then turned around and flew into the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. In the past 2 days, the black stallion brought back from 100 Herbs Gate had already matured in the space. In addition to the black stallion that Xiao Hua originally planted, it was enough to refine the marrow cleansing pill. Xiao Hua originally wanted to find an excuse to pick it. Today, when he saw Xiao Yuehong telling him the main ingredient of the marrow cleansing pill without hesitation, of course he was very grateful. He immediately went to find a place to look for it. After flying for a while, he arrived at a hidden place led by Little White. Xiao Hua went in and unexpectedly ran into Little White in the hidden stream of water. Little White hadn't seen Xiao Hua for several days and was very affectionate. It wrapped itself around Xiao Hua's arm and was really sick of it for a while. Xiao Hua patted Little White's head, then used a tool to randomly move an area that he had already picked, making it look like it had just been picked. Then he reached into his bosom and found a message talisman from the pile of yellow talismans that Xiao Yuehong had given him. After saying a few words, he urged his magic power and the yellow talisman turned into a scarlet brilliance and flew out. After that, Xiao Hua took out enough black tusk grass and some other miscellaneous spirit herbs from his space. He held them in his hand and slowly flew out from the hidden place. Just as Xiao Hua flew out, he heard Zhang Qingxiao's excited shout in the air. Xiao Hua, are you lying to us? Here. Second senior brother Xiao Hua had a smile on his face and shouted. Here, senior brother, quickly, here. Zhang Qingxiao shouted and landed first. Behind him, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui's faces were filled with excitement and disbelief. Where is the black tusk grass? Let me see. Gong Mingwei was still flying in the air and shouted. That can't be right, Xiao Hua, did you step on dog shit outside? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were sharp. Before he landed in front of Xiao Hua, he saw the spirit herbs in Xiao Hua's hand and screamed and laughed. Chapter 1260. At this time, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui also saw it and their faces were filled with joy. When the three of them landed, Xiao Hua handed over the black bamboo grass and asked nervously, 2 senior brothers, and senior sister, this little brother looks similar to the black bamboo grass I brought before, and there are some big differences. I don't dare to confirm, so I wanted to let senior brother come over and take a look. Don't make a mistake and let the sect master punish me. Good boy, Xiaohua, master can't wait to see these rewards, how can he bear to punish you? Zhang Qingxiao looked at the black bamboo grass in her hand and smiled. Eldest senior brother, look, this is 70 or 80 years old black bamboo grass. And these Wuji grass and blood-devouring grass are also 70 or 80 years old. Yes, these old spirit herbs, I have seen them in East City, they are exactly like this. Gong Mingwei nodded, pointed to the black bamboo grass in his hand, and said with a smile, don't talk about the ones in your hand, just these 30 years old black bamboo grass are enough. Xiaohua, where did you find these spirit herbs? Xiao Xianrui was excited and a little surprised. It's all because of this. Xiaohua raised Little White on his arm and said, I met this little snake in the cold pond. Last time it wanted to bite me, I grabbed it 7 inches and almost pinched it to death. Later, it learned and became very close to me. Just now, I came here under the sect master's order to find spirit herbs, and I saw it actually drilling into a small cave. I saw that I could also drill into that small cave, so I thought about the absorption fruit last time, and on a whim, I drilled into it, and the result. I really found these. No way, you drilled into a cave again. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cave behind Xiaohua that was not high, and very well hidden, and shouted exaggeratedly. Yes, second senior brother, if you don't believe me, you can go and see. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei looked at each other, and flew in one after the other. After a moment, they came back and sighed, Xiaohua. I don't know how to praise you, there are only so many spirit herbs in the cave, and you picked them all, you are really amazing. Let's go and tell father that he must still be worried about the black tusk grass. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed the concoction. Xiao Xianrui said with a smile. When he saw the black bamboo grass that he urgently needed, Xiao Yuehong's expression was incomparably speechless. He was just joking with Xiaohua a moment ago. He never thought that Xiaohua would find these black tusks grass after getting the rare absorption fruit. Moreover, there were many other spirit grasses. The look in his eyes was complicated. Xiao Yuehong didn't know if he should suspect the disciple he picked up here and hadn't even entered the sect yet. He should be praised. The discovery of these 2 spiritual herbs was really strange. Xiaohua saw the complicated look in Xiao Yuehong's eyes and felt awkward in his heart. Yes, anyone would be suspicious, but who asked Heartwarming to be so poor? Refining a Peiyuan pill already took a lot of effort. If he didn't take out all these spiritual herbs, he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation. Looks like I'll have to be careful the next time I get the exquisite grass. Don't let the sect leader chase me down the mountain. Xiaohua thought about his sect's revitalization plan and couldn't help but feel sullen. However, he wasn't afraid. He wouldn't tell anyone about it and no one would find out. Xiao Yuehong could only suspect. Xiaohua, where did you find this? Xiao Yuehong calmed his mind and began to interrogate. Master, it's... Zhang Qingxiao said excitedly. I didn't ask you to say. Xiao Yuehong snorted and scolded. Father. Xiao Xianrui saw and knew that her father was suspicious. Thinking of Xiaohua's kindness, she immediately reminded him, Xiaohua just found the spirit grasses and sent us a communication talisman. I heard Xiaohua say that he also left here just now. Xiao Xianrui said softly. And I know, Xiao Yuehong sighed and glanced at Xiaohua. Tell me, how did you find it? Xiaohua's face was still filled with excitement as he repeated what he just said. Let's go take Master to see it. Xiao Yuehong's words were obviously relaxed. After seeing the mess in the hidden cave, Xiao Yuehong was speechless again. He turned to Gong Mingwei and scolded, "Boss, didn't you give Xiao Hua the grass gathering technique or the gathering talisman?" Gong Mingwei said embarrassedly, "Master, Xiao Hua is just at the first level of qi refining. I'm afraid he can't use the grass gathering technique. As for the gathering talisman, it's quite expensive. When we went to the E-market, disciple didn't exchange it." At this time, Xiao Yuehong remembered that the three people from the E-market only brought back the peacock illusion. They didn't bring back anything else. "First, give me the grass gathering technique," Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. "Ha, congratulations junior brother, congratulations junior brother." Zhang Qingxiao immediately cupped his hands and congratulated. Seeing Xiao Hua's surprised expression, Xiao Xianrui pursed her lips and said, "The grass gathering technique is taught by third-level qi refining disciples. Father will accept you as his disciple." Ah! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. "Don't say it yet. Wait until your cultivation reaches the third level of qi refining or until you learn the art of pill concocting. If I accept you now, I'm afraid your cultivation will slack off in the future." "Yes, sect master, disciple understands," Xiao Hua replied respectfully. "That's right, master, if Xiao Hua can find another 300 years old Ling Long grass, will you directly accept him?" Zhang Qingxiao asked from the side. Do you think it's that easy to find Ling Long grass?" Then, he was also moved. He looked at Xiao Hua from the side and said, "Master wants to see your luck. If you find another 300-year-old Ling Long grass tomorrow, Master will accept you as his disciple." Xiao Hua's face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a face full of disbelief, "Sect master, you aren't joking, right?" Xiao Yuehong glared at him. "Joking? Of course I'm joking. Tomorrow, Master will open the cauldron to concoct pills. Don't tell me you want to drill holes all over the mountain." After he finished speaking, he flew back to Minisu Peak without looking back. What does sect master mean? Xiao Hua turned his head and pretended not to know. "Boy, your luck. There's nothing to say about it." Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cave again, as if she wanted to remember the characteristics of this cave and go look for it herself. "Little junior brother, you should first learn alchemy and observe master concoct pills. That's a rare opportunity for disciples. As for the Ling Long grass, put it aside first. That thing is too rare. Even if you turn the entire yellow flower ridge upside down, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it." Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. He really couldn't imagine how surprised they would be if he put a 300-year-old Ling Long grass in front of them a year later. The next day, Xiao Hua was waiting respectfully at the entrance of the pill room on Xihua Peak very early. Looking at the pill room that he had just visited, his heart was not calm. In the past, the spiritual herbs and other things that Xiao Yuehong needed were all placed at the entrance of the cave. From today onwards, he could finally learn alchemy openly. Late in the morning, Gong Mingwei and the other two also arrived at the entrance of the pill room on time. Their faces were solemn. Even Zhang Qingxiao had a straight face, without her usual playfulness. "And, you've all come." A drawn-out voice sounded in the air. Xiao Yuehong flew over on a flying boat. He was wearing the correct Taoist robe and looked full of energy, unlike his usual lazy self. "Welcome, Master." Gong Mingwei and the other two shouted loudly and bowed. Xiao Hua didn't say anything, but he also respectfully saluted. Xiao Yuehong waved his sleeve and a gentle force supported the four people. He said solemnly, "Today, Master will be refining the Peiyuan pill. It's a good opportunity for you to observe, don't miss it." Xiao Hua, this is your first time watching, so just remember the steps carefully. As for the details, Master will slowly explain them to you in the future. If you have any superficial questions, you can ask your 2 senior brothers after the pill refining. However, when Master is concocting pills, don't talk too much. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Hua said with a serious face. It's not that Master is demanding of you, but because this time is unusual, you can ask again when the parasol pill is refined next time. Xiao Yuehong thought that these spiritual herbs were all found by Xiao Hua and felt embarrassed, so he added. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Hua still nodded. And Xiao Yuehong didn't say anything else and led the way into the pill room. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 entered one by one, with Xiao Hua following behind. Mingwei, go ignite the earth fire. Xiao Yuehong sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace for a moment and said to Gong Mingwei, who was standing respectfully beside him. Gong Mingwei didn't answer and walked to the things he had prepared before. He took out several pieces of saltpeter and placed them on the platform below the pill furnace in a very orderly manner. Then, he picked up a yellow talisman and urged it with magic power. The yellow talisman was ignited, and the already dry pill room became even hotter. The air was almost ignited. Xiao Hua knew that this yellow talisman was a fire talisman, which was secretly made by the Raging Flame School and contained a trace of earth fire essence. Sure enough, seeing the yellow talisman lit, Gong Mingwei didn't dare to be negligent and pointed his finger. The yellow talisman turned into a ball of flame and flew under the pill furnace, in the middle of several pieces of saltpeter. Ting-tang, several muffled sounds rang out in succession, and those pieces of saltpeter were also ignited. After finishing this, Gong Mingwei retreated to the side. Xiao Yuehong expressionlessly stepped forward and beckoned with his hand. A small fiery red gourd flew into his hand. Then, Xiao Yuehong struck the gourd with a spell and waved his left hand. The gourd spat out an azure flame like a thin line of fire and flew into the flames produced by the fire talisman and the fire talisman. The originally yellow flames instantly turned azure. Xiao Yuehong tossed his hand and that small gourd flew to the side of the pill furnace. It quietly floated in the air and didn't move. Xiao Yuehong's expression was respectful and solemn at this time. He actually closed his eyes and his hand slowly waved. A seemingly complicated and mysterious spell gradually formed in his hands. However, just as Xiao Yuehong completed the spell in his hands and urged the magic power in his body to send this spell into the azure flames, Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, had a kind of astonishment, a kind of sudden realization, or a kind of inexplicable expression. Chapter 1261. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua was astonished. It was also no wonder that the expression on Xiao Hua's face was extremely complicated. It was because the spell Xiao Yuehong used looked very familiar to Xiao Hua. It was as if he could also use this spell. However, as Xiao Yuehong completed the spell, Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Xiao Yuehong's spell looked very familiar, but the details were poles apart from what he felt in his heart. Moreover, Xiao Hua faintly felt that Xiao Yuehong's spell seemed to be used incorrectly, or perhaps there was a mistake somewhere. As a result, Xiao Hua's fingers, which were hanging on both sides of his body, unconsciously moved slightly. Just as his fingers moved slightly, Xiao Hua suddenly shook his head and secretly said, "Is there a mistake? Sect Master's spell can only be used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. How could I use it? Even if I knew it 3 years ago, I didn't have any cultivation. How could I know alchemy?" While Xiao Hua was thinking, Xiao Yuehong's spell had already struck the cyan flame. The flame received Xiao Yuehong's magic power and suddenly shrank. It only felt that the entire alchemy room had become hotter. After the cyan flame shrank for a few breaths, a faint rumbling sound came from the platform. Oh, Sect Master's spell is used to ignite the fire. Xiao Hua thought very naturally in his heart, but this spell, before it is used, saltpeter and a fire-igniting talisman are used. If it can directly ignite the earth fire, then it will be the real fire-igniting spell. With a boom, the platform under the alchemy furnace suddenly burned. The bright yellow flame with a trace of cyan color wrapped the entire bottom of the alchemy furnace. All right, Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly, igniting the earth fire. This alchemy furnace needs to be warm for a while. Xiao Hua, do you have some doubts? Xiao Hua was just about to say no, but after thinking quickly, he said, Sect Master, disciple, feels that if you directly strike the spell on the earth fire, wouldn't it save eldest senior brother and the others from going to East City to exchange saltpeter and fire-igniting talismans? Pfft. Xiao Yuehong didn't laugh, but Gong Mingwei and the other two laughed first. AI, future little junior brother, it's easy for you to say that. Didn't eldest senior brother already tell you about the difference in alchemy yesterday? Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help laughing as she said, what you're talking about is a high-level alchemy technique that even the three great sects of the country of Xi may not have mastered. Heartwarming, although. Cough master, please tell me. Zhang Qingxiao stole a glance at Xiao Yuehong and didn't dare to continue. It's nothing. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Heartwarming's alchemy skills are quite low. I'm not afraid of others talking about it. Then, he looked at the cauldron with green and yellow flames licking it and said in disappointment, Qingxiao is right. Heartwarming am from a small sect. It's already not bad that I have alchemy skills. I don't have high hopes for you. I only hope that you can pass down this low-grade alchemy skill. Yes, master. Your disciple has already tried his best to learn. Of course, Gong Mingwei was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yuehong didn't say this just once or twice. But their comprehension of alchemy wasn't as good as their cultivation. Not to mention the fire-drawing art, even if Xiao Yuehong set up the cauldron and let them refine ordinary pills, they couldn't do it. Alright, everyone will do their best. Xiao Yuehong was very open-minded, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua. I hope you can stand out. Yes, your disciple understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Then, Xiao Yuehong saw that the cauldron had been warmed up. He changed the seal in his hand again. He pointed his hand, and a small oval hole opened in the cauldron. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, and the jade box containing the vitality-absorbing fruit and black tusk grass flew to the cauldron. The cauldron opened automatically, and the spiritual herbs flew into the cauldron. After a while, Xiao Yuehong also put several other kinds of herbs into the cauldron. Then, he pointed his hand, and a seal was cast on the cauldron. The cauldron closed, and the cauldron emitted a soft buzzing sound. Among the four people next to him, Gong Mingwei and the other two watched intently, as if they wanted to memorize all of Xiao Yuehong's seals. As for Xiao Hua, he was even more stunned than before. This was because all of Xiao Yuehong's actions were familiar to Xiao Hua. He even knew the use of these actions and seals very easily. It was as if Xiao Hua himself also knew alchemy. I really know alchemy. What kind of background do I have? Xiao Hua was both alarmed and somewhat delighted. After all, alchemy was something only Foundation establishment cultivators knew. He was actually proficient in it at such a young age. Of course, it was an amazing thing. When the cauldron emitted a faint rumbling sound, Xiao Yuehong let out a sigh of relief. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned his head to look, and said with a smile, Xiao Hua, are you dazed? Xiao Hua came to his senses and said embarrassedly, yes, sect master. Disciple, is indeed dazzled. I don't know what to ask. And, don't panic. This alchemy technique needs to be seen more, learned more, and asked more. After you have a foundation, you can practice more and use more. Then, you'll have some small success. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. However, your eyes are clear, strange, and confused. Compared to your two senior martial brothers, you're a lot stronger. Master, everyone should do their best. This is what you said. Zhang Qingxiao retorted in a low voice. Xiao Hua smiled. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Sect Master, if disciple wants to practice alchemy, but I only have the magic power of the first layer of the Qi refining realm, I naturally don't need to think about it. Then, is there a yellow talisman like the art of guiding fire that can be used? Of course. Without waiting for Xiao Yuehong to answer, Xiao Xianrui smiled and said, In East City, there are a lot of these things. After all, our country of Xi has very few foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, they all cultivate in peace. They rarely open their cauldrons to refine pills. Therefore, in each sect, most of them are Qi refining disciples. For this reason, the Raging Flames School's special saltpeter, fire guiding talisman, fire controlling talisman, Three-Yong talisman, and so on, as well as the Black Pill School's special elixir guiding talisman, elixir control talisman, elixir condensing talisman, elixir receiving talisman, and other yellow talismans are all used by these disciples. However, the price of these yellow talismans is really expensive. You have to use a lot of spirit stones to exchange for them. Moreover, alchemy is a delicate job. If you only use yellow talismans, won't anyone be able to refine pills? Therefore, even with these yellow talismans, alchemy is still difficult. It's far from being able to directly exchange them for pills. Gong Mingwei continued, otherwise, why is Master's Wucang pill so popular in East City? It's also because of this reason. Xiao Hua had some understanding. He knew that even if he didn't have magic power and couldn't support the alchemy technique, as long as he had the necessary yellow talismans, he could still refine pills. Moreover, alchemy, in the end, deviates from cultivation. If you focus too much on other things, your cultivation won't be able to increase. Therefore, many people don't like alchemy. Xiao Yuehong said. Just as he was speaking, the cauldron suddenly shook slightly, causing Xiao Yuehong's expression to change. He hurriedly formed a few hand seals to stabilize the cauldron. Then, as if he was still worried, he clenched his teeth and took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. The yellow talisman looked extremely shabby, but there was a faint brilliance on it. It was somewhat different from what Xiao Hua usually saw. Xiao Yuehong urged his magic power. The yellow talisman flashed and a ball of brilliant brilliance escaped from the yellow talisman. Xiao Yuehong pointed his finger and the brilliance flew to the cauldron and disappeared. Then, Xiao Yuehong carefully put the yellow talisman into his storage bag. That was close. Xiao Yuehong said to himself, I was a bit careless. The spiritual herbs I refined this time are all very old. The control of this technique also requires exquisite control. Then, he swept his divine sense and said to Gong Mingwei, Mingwei, Master will go to the side to rest for a while and recover my magic power. You all watch carefully again. If there's anything wrong, immediately send a message to me. After Gong Mingwei agreed, Xiao Yuehong left the alchemy room and went straight to rest. Xiao Hua frowned and asked, Eldest senior brother, what kind of yellow talisman did Master use at the end? What's the point of keeping it if it's already used up? That's a pellet fusing talisman. Gong Mingwei said with a smile, Master has a pellet fusing talisman that was personally made by an elder of the Qiandan sect in his early years. That elder was a senior in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, so this pellet fusing talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman that can be used many times. Master was afraid that he wasn't proficient enough in the pellet-fusing talisman, so he always carried this yellow talisman with him when refining pills. However, Master usually doesn't use it. It's just that today is too important, so Master took it out. Zhang Qingshao said. Alright, this Peiyuan pill will take 7 days to refine. The 4 of us will stand guard. If we see anything abnormal, we'll immediately notify Master. Gong Mingwei said, right now, it's stable, so let Xiaohua stand guard. Yes, eldest senior brother. Xiaohua wasn't surprised that refining pills would take 7 days. I'll accompany Xiaohua. Zhang Qingshao said with a smile, if we go out, we'll have to go back to the tranquil cave. It's better to stay here. It's always warm here. Master told us to stay in the tranquil cave to improve our cultivation. If you stay here, won't you be slacking off? Gong Mingwei scolded. It's Xiaohua's first time standing guard. I'm afraid something will happen. Zhang Qingshao said confidently. Gong Mingwei was helpless. After thinking about it, he also felt that it was reasonable. He turned around and left with Xiao Xinrui. After the two of them left, Xiaohua and Zhang Qingshao sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. They looked at the yellow flame in silence. Xiaohua. After a while, Zhang Qingshao spoke. Second senior brother. What's the matter? Hearing Zhang Qingshao's cold voice, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. You were standing behind me just now. What were your fingers doing? Zhang Qingshao stared straight at Xiaohua and suddenly asked. Me? Xiaohua didn't expect Zhang Qingshao to notice the changes in his fingers. He was stunned for a moment, then said casually, I saw that the spell in Sect Master's hand was marvelous and wanted to learn it. Is that so? Zhang Qingshao narrowed her eyes. It seems that the spell in your hand is different from Master's. Xiaohua was even more shocked. He immediately shouted, Second senior brother, how could I know if the spell was right or wrong? I was just following Sect Master's spell. That's a spell from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Of course I'd make a mistake. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1262. Xiaohua. Zhang Qingshao looked at Xiaohua with a complicated expression, her tone somewhat cold. Maybe Master and eldest senior brother didn't pay attention to you, but I was right beside you just now. I originally wanted to secretly explain Master's technique and movements to you, but who would have thought that even I, a 10th level aura refining second senior brother, couldn't understand this technique. You're only at the first level, yet you could understand it the first time you saw it. You could use your fingers to imitate it. Xiaohua was a bit shocked just now. He only focused on Xiao Yuehong's technique and didn't notice that his abnormality was actually seen by Zhang Qingshao. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, Zhang Qingshao shook her head slightly. Xiaohua, ever since the 10,000 poison sect attacked my Death Flower Great Formation, you seem to have changed into a different person. You've changed a lot in the past 3 years. Could it be that you were taken over by someone else? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Second senior brother, you're really funny. I'm only a first-level aura refining boy. If someone wanted to take over my body, why wouldn't they look for you? Instead, they looked for me. Bah, Zhang Qingshao spat on the ground. Who knows? Maybe you were taken over 3 years ago. Alas, I don't know myself. Xiaohua shook his head sadly. It's already been 3 years. I don't have the slightest impression of my past. Then you should think about it again. Zhang Qingshao said meaningfully. But there's one thing I can tell you. Last time, you found the small cave where the absorption fruit was. I didn't go in. But today, I seem to have drilled into this cave when I was a child. There doesn't seem to be any spiritual plants inside. Zhang Qingshao used the word seems twice in a row, and her tone wasn't certain. Second senior brother. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly again. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Qingshao waved her hand to stop him. This Death Flower Great Formation and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places I grew up in. Master, eldest senior brother, and junior sister are also the people closest to me in this world. I definitely won't let them hurt anyone. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to hurt them, even if I go to the 9th heaven, the 9th level of hell, even if I fall into the devil's path or the ghost path, I won't forgive them. Speaking up to here, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness as she coldly swept her gaze over Xiao Hua. These words sounded cold, but Xiao Hua's heart was warm. He calmly said, Second senior brother, although I don't know where I came from, and I can't remember all the things that happened in the past, I've lived on Yellow Flower Ridge for 3 years, and I know that master and senior brother have treated me well. Especially this time, when I went out, I felt the kinship of Heartwarming. These 3 years have been like second senior brother in your 20s. Since second senior brother has the heart to protect Heartwarming, how can I not? If it weren't for the fact that little brother's heart was set on killing Hua Ming, how could the heavens be moved? How did you let me find the spiritual herbs in a secret place? And the Peiyuan pill refined from these spiritual herbs, second senior brother, don't you need to take it? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes turned, and she immediately changed her expression. She reached out and hugged Xiao Hua, who was almost a head taller than her, and said with a smile, Good junior brother, second senior brother was just testing you just now. You've already taken out the precious spiritual herbs. Even if you're a spy from another sect, this sacrifice is really big. Second senior brother will not bicker with you on account of your contribution of the Peiyuan pill. Xiao Hua saw that Zhang Qingxiao had recovered her usual mischievous expression, and her face was relaxed, but her heart was absolutely not relaxed. He knew that this second senior brother was not just saying empty words, and was definitely not testing him. However, he did not have any intentions towards Heartwarming, so naturally, he was not afraid of his so-called testing. Sect leader has promised that as long as I find the black bamboo grass, half of this Peiyuan pill will be mine. When the time comes, don't fight with me for it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Come on, junior brother, look at your stingy appearance. Do you think senior brother cares about your Peiyuan pill? Zhang Qingxiao laughed and said, The Peiyuan pill is a pill that we've all taken together. If we take it again this time, I'm afraid the effect won't be great. Oh. Why is that? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at him and muttered, You don't even know this. Looks like you're really not a spy. Then, she explained, the most essential aspect of the advancement of a realm is the improvement of one's cultivation base and the comprehension of the realm. However, at each stage, one can use pills to break through the realm. Of course, relying on pills to break through the realm has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can reduce the time of cultivation, and use rare pills to achieve 10 years or even dozens of years of cultivation. The disadvantage is that a pill is only useful for one realm. Taking it again and again will have no effect. Moreover, the magic power obtained from taking the pill is ultimately not from one's own cultivation, so there will be some impact on one's future cultivation. These effects may not be obvious when one's cultivation base is low. When one cultivates to a high level, it will appear. Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly. But, how many people can reach a high level of cultivation? Therefore, this pill has long become the main method of breaking through the realm. Otherwise, 100 Herbs Gate would not be so popular. Zhang Qingxiao mentioned 100 Herbs Gate for no reason, and clenched her teeth tightly. Xiao Hua was nervous and said anxiously, since you've already taken the Peiyuan pill, then. Second senior brother, these pills refined by sect master, if you take them, won't they have no effect? Seeing Xiao Hua anxious, Zhang Qingxiao blushed with shame for her guess just now. She patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, "It's okay. In the past, when we were poor, the Peiyuan pill we gave you was also squeezed out by master. We've been cultivating for so many years, how could we have enough Peiyuan pill to take? 1 or 2 Peiyuan pill were all exchanged from the market, and their quality was greatly reduced. It has little effect on the advancement of the realm. It's also because we've taken inferior Peiyuan pill before that master went deep into Yellow Flower Ridge this time to refine a better Peiyuan pill to help you and me advance in the realm." "That's good," Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for him to find an excuse to take out all the spiritual herbs. If they were useless, wouldn't it be annoying? "But you, Xiao Hua, you've only just reached the first level of qi refining. If you take the Peiyuan pill refined by master and want to rely on Peiyuan pill to advance in the future, it'll be troublesome. You have to use something better than the Peiyuan pill." Zhang Qingxiao reminded him with concern, "If it were me, I would think about it carefully." "Thank you for the reminder, second senior brother." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Little brother is already so big, but I'm still at the first level of qi refining. What level do you think I can cultivate to?" "Hee, just pretend I didn't say anything." Xiao Hua, Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically. She looked at the stable cauldron above the fire and said, "Just watch, this cauldron is really boring. Me, eldest senior brother, and junior sister can't do it." "Right, when you went out, do you still have the summoning talisman that master gave you?" "Yes, master didn't take a single one of those talismans, he said it was a reward for me." "That's good, you keep watch. If there's anything wrong, immediately inform master." "Yes, I understand, second senior brother," Xiao Hua said respectfully. After Zhang Qingxiao left, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged by himself, looking at the cauldron. His heart was in turmoil, not because of anything else, but because of Zhang Qingxiao's probing just now. "Yes, although I'm a disciple of Heartwarming who hasn't entered the sect, but after all, I was picked up by the sect master from the foot of the mountain 3 years ago. My life and origin are unknown. I can't compare to eldest senior brother and second senior brother who grew up in Yellow Flower Ridge and know everything about me." Xiao Hua thought to himself. In these 3 years, he had gotten used to living in Heartwarming and had already treated Heartwarming as his own home. He had never thought about his past. 18 years, where did I spend my 18 years before this? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua took out the broken, snake-like small ring. This thing was the only thing on his body after he woke up. Perhaps this snake-like ring was the only proof of his life that he had found. But, this thing, what is it? Xiao Hua looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, this thing is really hard to guess. I'd better stay in Heartwarming and make Heartwarming into a big sect. Only when Heartwarming is famous in the country of Xi, or even the Xiaoyu continent, can I easily find my origin. Because of the spiritual herbs in his mind, Xiao Hua couldn't help but have lofty aspirations. Second senior brother is kind-hearted, but since I can grow the absorption fruit, I can naturally grow other spiritual herbs and other medicinal pills. It's not necessarily difficult. Xiao Hua put the snake-like ring into his space and thought to himself, but pill recipes and alchemy are big things. If I don't understand these, how can I get medicinal pills? That's right, East City. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. I can take the spiritual herbs to East City to exchange for medicinal pills. But then Xiao Hua became depressed. If my cultivation doesn't improve, how can I dare to go to East City? I'm afraid I'll be targeted and robbed clean. Moreover, the medicinal pills in East City are scarce and not easy to exchange. The quality is also poor, so it's better to refine them myself. When will I have to ask the sect master to get me some yellow talismans for alchemy? I want to see if I can really refine pills. Thinking about this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and moved it slightly in front of his eyes. His 10 fingers were constantly moving, as if he was forming some kind of magic art. However, this magic art was completely based on the instinct of his hands. Xiaohua didn't have the slightest memory of it, but it was this instinctive movement that seemed much more obscure and difficult than Xiao Yuehong's magic art. Under the pill furnace, the greenish-yellow earth fire swayed up and down. The bright flower stone on the stone wall was brightly lit. Inside the pill room, only Xiaohua's figure was elongated by the light of the fire. He slightly waved his hand, casting his shadow on the stone wall behind him. Although there wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual energy gathering, that momentum, that movement, contained some kind of obscure, profound meaning. Alchemy was really boring. Aside from Xiao Yuehong coming over to take a look at the pill furnace at fixed times, forming a few hand seals, or casting a few yellow talismans, the rest had to face the dry and hot earth fire and the unromantic pill furnace. Therefore, although it was agreed that 4 people would be on duty in advance, ever since Xiaohua began his shift, the people in the pill room had never changed. However, it was precisely because Xiaohua was the only one watching over the pill furnace that every time Xiaohua closed his eyes to cultivate at night, a strange kind of starlight would shoot over, and there would always be some starlight enveloping the pill furnace. Chapter 1263. Alright, 7 days have passed. This Peiyuan pill should be almost ready. When Xiao Yuehong stood in front of the pill furnace and said this, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 gathered in the pill room. Zhang Qingxiao winked at Xiaohua. Gong Mingwei and the others also nodded at him. Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. Everyone else felt that he was working very hard in the pill room. However, Xiaohua understood that although he hadn't found any clues about his origins in the past 7 days, when faced with the pill furnace, the earth fire, the spells Xiao Yuehong used on the pill furnace, and the use of various yellow talismans, he already knew that he must have been able to concoct pills in the past. Moreover, after observing the entire concoction process of the Peiyuan pill, Xiaohua knew in his heart that if the conditions permitted, he might be able to concoct the same pill. Of course, this condition required a series of yellow talismans, earth fire, and even a fire gourd. Xiao Yuehong stepped forward and scanned the pill furnace with his divine sense. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. How is it? Father, this Peiyuan pill. Can we use it? Xiao Xianrui saw Xiao Yuehong's expression and was overjoyed. And, it shouldn't be a problem. Because there was still one more spell to be cast, Xiao Yuehong didn't dare to make any assertions. Everyone, back off a bit. Xiao Yuehong thought for a moment, then took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. With a solemn expression, he activated his magic power. The yellow talisman instantly turned into a dark green brilliance and shot into the pill furnace, disappearing without a trace. This is the core condensing talisman. Zhang Qingxiao lowered her voice and said to Xiaohua. Cough, cough. Xiao Yuehong coughed twice and swept his gaze behind him. Zhang Qingxiao shrunk her neck slightly and didn't dare to say another word. Xiao Yuehong turned to look at the pill furnace. He took a deep breath and cast the spell in his hand. Just as Xiaohua expected, he also knew that the next spell should be used to condense the pill. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Yuehong's forehead was covered in sweat. Bad, seeing that Xiao Yuehong made a mistake in his hand sign, Xiaohua immediately yelled in his heart. Xiao Yuehong also knew that he made a mistake, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hand and immediately took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. Without looking at it, he activated his Fa and threw it into the cauldron. Because of Xiao Yuehong's mistake, the cauldron let out a slight crackling sound. Now that it was under the control of the yellow talisman, the crackling sound gradually disappeared and the buzzing sound inside the cauldron also gradually became softer. With a soft sound, the sound of the alchemy furnace stopped abruptly. Ah, great! Xiao Yuehong clapped his hands and said, "Great achievement." As he spoke, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Mingwei, go collect the pills." Pill collection. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback as he thought to himself, it seems that there should also be a method to pull and collect pills, right? It could be seen that Gong Mingwei went up as a matter of course. Following Xiao Yuehong's finger, the cauldron's hole opened. Gong Mingwei took out dozens of longan-sized emerald green pills from inside. "Master, there are actually 24 pills." Gong Mingwei counted for a moment and said with some surprise, "Master's alchemy skills have advanced by leaps and bounds again. I remember that there were only 18 Wucang pills last time." Is that so?" Xiao Yuehong was obviously also taken aback. With a sweep of his divine sense, he understood. He looked back at Xiao Hua and said, "This is not Master's credit. It's because the quality of the absorption fruit and black bamboo grass that Xiao Hua found were good. That's why I was able to break through from 18 to 24 pills." Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly as he asked curiously, "Sect Master, why did you break through 6 pills at once?" I'll let you know. In our Dawn Rain continent, alchemy has always been based on 6 pills. It's either 1 or 6 pills. If you go further, it'll be 12 pills, 18 pills, and so on. I heard that when one's alchemy skills have reached the realm of perfection, one can refine 36 pills at once. Master can usually only refine 12 pills. Occasionally, I can refine 18 pills. As for these 24 pills, this is also the first time." Xiao Hua nodded with a slight frown. He felt that alchemy should be based on 9 pills. Gong Mingwei placed the 24 Peiyuan pill into 24 jade bottles and placed them in front of Xiao Yuehong. With a smile on his face, Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and split the bottles into 2. He pointed with his finger and said, "Xiao Hua, these 12 Peiyuan pill are yours." Gong Mingwei and the others stared blankly. They had heard Zhang Qingxiao mention this before, but they didn't take it seriously. "Sect Master, this won't do. Disciples' cultivation base is shallow. Let senior brother and senior sister take these pills. They need them more than I do." Xiao Hua naturally couldn't accept it and hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Hua, didn't Master say it that day? If you can find the black tusk grass, Master will give you half of the refined Peiyuan pill. Now, this absorption fruit and black tusk grass were found by you. If Master doesn't promise, wouldn't it seem unfair? Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple only hopes that my Heartwarming will prosper day by day and that all senior brother and senior sister's cultivation base will break through to the foundation establishment realm. As for disciple, I'll only take 2 pills. These 12 Peiyuan pill are really a waste." Xiao Hua said sincerely, "Moreover, even if senior brother and senior sister can't take so many, Sect Master can leave them. Next time, we can exchange them for some spirit stones and the like." Master must do what he said. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to cultivation. If you don't take it, it will delay Master's cultivation. Xiao Yuehong shook his head and said, "Moreover, the Peiyuan pill just now only used 30% of the spirit grass. If Master wants, I should be able to refine more than 40 Peiyuan pills. Yours are nothing." This. Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. Take it, Xiaohua. You contributed the most this time. You almost lost your life in the 100 Herbs Gate. You deserve it. Gong Mingwei said with a smile. That's right, don't be so wishy-washy. Master told you to take it, so take it. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Zhang Qingshao also said. Okay, then disciple thanks sect master for the generous gift. Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. Then, he said to Xiao Xianrui and the others, if senior sister and senior brother don't have enough Peiyuan pill, just ask me for more. Of course, of course. Xiao Xianrui smiled. She should be able to get 3 Peiyuan pill this time. It should be enough for her to absorb the medicinal power for a long time and increase her magic power. Didn't Xiao Yuehong say that? There was still 70% of the spirit grass that hadn't been used. Once they absorbed the medicinal power of the Peiyuan pill, they could refine the Peiyuan pill. Would they be afraid of not having enough Peiyuan pills? 10 or so Peiyuan pills would be enough to increase her cultivation from the 10th layer of qi refining to the 11th layer of qi refining. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear as they divided the Peiyuan pill. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, the 100 days of reflection are not up yet. Go back to the tranquil cave and take the Peiyuan pill. Cultivate diligently and strive to enter the 11th layer of qi refining as soon as possible. Yes, master. Gong Mingwei and the other two saluted. Xiaohua, you should also go accompany them. If anything happens while you're taking the Peiyuan pill, tell your senior martial brothers immediately. Yes. Xiaohua bowed, but after thinking for a moment, he hesitated and said, Sect master, disciple, has something that I don't know if I should say or not. Xiao Yuehong was very happy. He waved his big sleeve and said, Speak. It's like this, disciple. Disciple thinks that I know how to refine medicinal pills, but if I really have to refine them, disciple doesn't know how to start. So, disciple earnestly requests sect master to let disciple come to the pill room more often in the future. Oh. Although Xiao Yuehong's tone sounded surprised, his eyes didn't show the surprise that Xiaohua had imagined. Xiao Yuehong continued, You are still young, and your cultivation isn't enough. As for the art of pill refining, you shouldn't know. You've probably seen it before or stayed in the pill room, right? If staying in the pill room reminds you of anything, feel free to come. Thank you for your kindness, sect master. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Xiao Yuehong returned to Mincy Peak, and Xiaohua followed Gong Mingwei and the others to Lone Staff Peak. Gong Mingwei and the others had been trapped in the 10th layer of the qi refining realm for too long. As soon as they landed, they hastily said a few words to Xiaohua before entering the Tranquil Heart Cave. They each took out a Peiyuan pill, threw it into their mouths, and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiaohua had also taken a Peiyuan pill 2 years ago, so he was very clear about the details. Therefore, he also sat cross-legged on the cliff of Lone Staff Peak. Facing the cold wind, he took out a Peiyuan pill from a jade bottle and looked at the dark green Peiyuan pill against the sunlight. A strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils, and even the cold wind couldn't completely disperse it. Strange, why do I feel that this pill shouldn't have any medicinal fragrance? Xiaohua was puzzled. If it had a medicinal fragrance, wouldn't the medicinal effects dissipate? Why think so much? It's more important to raise my cultivation. Hurry up and take it. Xiaohua said self-deprecatingly, then swallowed the Peiyuan pill. As soon as the Peiyuan pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into a boiling hot current that rushed into Xiaohua's dantian, then into his meridians. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He silently used Heartwarming's cultivation method to refine the medicinal effects of the Peiyuan pill one by one. Soon, the sun set, and a bright moon hung in the night sky. While Xiaohua was refining the medicinal effects, the cube-shaped light source in his mind stopped rotating. Waves of fluctuations appeared, and countless strange starlight shot to Xiaohua's side. While the light source absorbed the starlight, Xiaohua's bones, flesh, and meridians also absorbed the strange starlight. Although this starlight couldn't be refined by Heartwarming's cultivation method, it was mixed with the medicinal effects of the Peiyuan pill and mixed into Xiaohua's meridians. Late at night, just as Xiaohua was closing his eyes to cultivate, Xiao Yuehong silently appeared with the flying boat not far from the tranquil heart cave. Xiao Yuehong quietly looked at Xiaohua for a long time, then used his divine sense to check the situation of the three people in the tranquil heart cave. Only then did he start the flying boat and silently glide away. The sun rose from the east, and the first rays of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if there was a flame burning within. When the sunlight flashed in his eyes, they finally regained their color, and gradually showed signs of life. A Peiyuan pill, as expected, it's not enough. It feels like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Xiaohua checked his cultivation level and was a little disappointed. However, there was also a trace of anticipation in his heart. The medicinal strength of 1 Peiyuan Dan should be equivalent to the Li that I trained hard for the past year. I wonder how many Peiyuan Dan will be able to raise my cultivation level to the second layer of qi refining. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qi.com to vote for it. Chapter 1264. I still have a lot of Peiyuan pill left from the left and right sect heads. There's no harm in giving it a try. Xiaohua thought to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, he brushed his hand next to his ear and took out a Peiyuan pill from the space behind his head. He stood up and walked towards the tranquil cave. Seeing that there wasn't any movement inside, he assumed that his senior martial brothers and senior martial sisters had sped up the process of refining the Peiyuan pill. But just as Xiaohua turned around and sat down in front of the cliff, about to put the second Peiyuan pill into his mouth, he suddenly realized something. I refined the medicinal strength of the Peiyuan pill myself. It only took me half a day and one night. Senior martial brothers and senior martial brothers, for some reason, haven't refined it yet. Soon after, he returned to the tranquil cave. When he saw Gong Mingwei and the other two with his own eyes, they didn't look surprised or happy at all. It was a clear sign that they were refining the medicinal strength of the pill. Xiaohua scratched his chin. He already understood. Senior martial brothers are really. I'm afraid they've already taken the second or third Peiyuan pill, right? Because of this, Xiaohua calmly sat down and started refining the second Peiyuan pill. At noon, Xiao Yuehong's flying boat reappeared. Standing on the boat, Xiao Yuehong's expression was a bit doubtful and he was also frowning. He knew that with the cultivation levels of his three disciples, refining a single Peiyuan pill definitely wouldn't take them that long. 3 Peiyuan pills were enough to push their transcendence energy to the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. If they wanted to reach the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, they'd need another 3 or 6 Peiyuan pills. However, on the one hand, he'd already agreed to leave half of the Peiyuan pill to Xiaohua. On the other hand, he also wanted his 3 disciples to stop at the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm for a while. That way, they'd be able to safely advance to the next realm. Given Gong Mingwei and the others' cultivation levels and knowledge, they should have understood Xiao Yuehong's intentions. Therefore, after taking 1 Peiyuan pill, they wouldn't immediately take the second one. But now, from the looks of it, they were already refining the second Peiyuan pill. Why are these kids still so impatient? Sometimes, staying in the same realm for a while longer isn't a bad thing. Xiao Yuehong glanced at Xiaohua. He had already sensed that his cultivation was still at the first layer of the aura refining realm, but there was nothing strange about it. He formed an incantation gesture and urged his magic power to return to Minushi Peak. For 3 days in a row, Xiaohua took a Peiyuan pill every day. The transcendence energy in his body was equivalent to 3 years of cultivation in the past, but his cultivation level was still stuck at the first level of the aura refining realm. However, Xiaohua could already feel that it wasn't that his cultivation level hadn't moved. It really was slowly moving forward under the push of the Peiyuan pill's medicinal power. This discovery had already made Xiaohua extremely happy. This meant that the method of taking pills was still useful to him. Compared to his previous blind cultivation where he couldn't find a direction, it was much better. Master, Master. Just as Xiaohua was about to take the 4th Peiyuan pill, a loud shout came from the tranquil cave. Wasn't that Zhang Qingxiao's cry of surprise? Without waiting for Xiaohua to turn around, 3 figures had already flown out of the cave and headed straight for Minushi Peak. What happened? Xiaohua had just started to ask, but he was immediately overjoyed. Was there even a need to ask? Zhang Qingxiao must have broken through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. Otherwise, how could she have lost her composure like this? Let's go quickly. This is a rare good thing that happened to Hua Ming in the past 3 years. Xiaohua also had a smile on his face. He used a flight talisman and flew towards Minushi Peak. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua arrived at Minushi Peak, he saw Zhang Qingxiao beaming with joy as she gestured and explained to Xiao Yuehong. Xiaohua beamed as he watched everyone's jubilation and silently landed beside them. After Zhang Qingxiao finished speaking, Xiao Yuehong scolded with a smile, "Look at you, second brother. Why don't you have the bearing of a high-level aura refining cultivator? Foundation establishment is already in sight, yet you're still so frivolous. Master already knew about your cultivation levels when you arrived at Minushi Peak. Moreover, it's not like you haven't advanced before." But, Master. Only now did Zhang Qingxiao come to her senses. She had been talking for a long time, but she didn't seem to have said the key point. But without waiting for her to speak, Xiao Yuehong continued as if he was scolding Xiao Xianrui. You used 3 Peiyuan pill to advance to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. It's enough to show that you didn't cultivate very hard together. If you put enough effort into it, 1 pill would be enough. These words were naturally different from what he thought in his heart. He didn't expect that 3 Peiyuan pills would be able to raise the cultivation levels of his 3 disciples to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. However, words were just to spur them on, so he really couldn't say it out loud. "Ah, Master," Zhang Qingxiao said very exaggeratedly, "so you know that I cultivate very hard on a daily basis." "What do you cultivate hard on?" "Clean," Xiao Yuehong said casually, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly came to a realization. "What? You only refined 1 Peiyuan pill, and you broke through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm?" "Yes, Father." Xiao Xianrui also said with a smile on her face, "It's precisely because we only used 1 Peiyuan pill to break through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm that we were so surprised that we came to report it to Father." How is this possible?" Xiao Yuehong shook his head like a rattledrum. "Master goes to see you every noon. How did it take you 3 days to refine 1 Peiyuan pill?" "Master, I don't know either. I only feel that there's something very special in this Peiyuan pill that's very useful for raising the cultivation level. However, this thing is extremely difficult to refine. I also spent 3 days of hard work to refine it. But the result of refining this thing is that the 3 of us stepped into the 11th layer of the aura refining realm at the same time." Gong Mingwei said with a smile. "Give me one of your Peiyuan pills." Xiao Yuehong's face was full of surprise. He took the Peiyuan pill from Xiao Xianrui and released his divine sense. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't see what was so special about this Peiyuan pill. Father, why don't you take one too? Won't you know what it is then? Xiao Xianrui suggested. Xiao Yuehong's expression changed, but then he shook his head and handed the Peiyuan pill to Xiao Xianrui. If one Peiyuan pill can send you to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, then these two Peiyuan pills should be able to bring you to the peak of the 11th layer. How can Master take them from you? Oh right, Xiao Hua, your senior brother and sister have made such great progress. Have you already reached the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm? As soon as these words came out, everyone turned around and looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing behind them. At this time, Xiao Hua's face and ears were already red. In a flurry, he took out the 2 jade bottles that he had taken out in advance from his bosom and said pitifully, "Sect leader, you used disciples Peiyuan Dan, try it." Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Xiao Yuehong was a bit puzzled. He asked, "Xiao Hua, you took a Peiyuan pill, but you only reached the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm." Xiao Hua's face turned purple, and the hand he used to hand over the Peiyuan pill slightly retracted. Looking at the 4 people's concerned eyes, he said with a sobbing voice, Disciple is still in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm." "Oh, it's okay." Xiao Yuehong comforted Xiao Hua. "Your progress has always been slow, so it's just as Master expected. Just take a few more pills. Master doesn't want these 2 anymore." But Disciple has already taken 3 Peiyuan pills. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and finally said it. Of course, the 3 seniors only used 1 Peiyuan pill to go from the 10th layer of the aura refining realm to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. While he took 3 in succession, he was still in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. This really can't be explained. Even Xiao Hua himself felt that taking the Peiyuan pill was a waste. Xiao Yuehong was speechless, Gong Mingwei was speechless, Zhang Qingxiao was speechless, Xiao Xianrui was speechless. After a long time, Zhang Qingxiao patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Little junior brother. You are really amazing. 2nd senior brother is convinced by you." 2nd brother. Xiao Yuehong scolded, "Xiao Hua, this is called a natural talent." Afterwards, he comforted Xiao Hua, "It doesn't matter, Xiao Hua. You were the one who found the spiritual plants for these spiritualizing pills. Since you've taken 3 pills, it's useless, so take 9 more. Master wants to see how many spiritualizing pills you'll need to take in order to reach the 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm." "Oh, that's right. You've taken 3 energy cultivation pills. Has your cultivation improved? Is there anything strange in this Peiyuan pill that your eldest senior brother and the others talked about?" Reporting to Sect Master, Disciple's cultivation has made progress. 1 Peiyuan pill is equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. It's just that Disciple didn't notice the strange thing that the senior brothers talked about. Xiao Hua said honestly. "And if you didn't, then you didn't. Master will start refining pills and continue to refine 24 Peiyuan pills. It will let your cultivation progress again." Xiao Yuehong said heroically. He seemed to have seen Heartwarming's beautiful future just like Xiao Hua 2 days ago. "Yes, Master. Disciples will go prepare now," Gong Mingwei said with a grin. "There's no need. Don't you all still have Peiyuan pills on you? Go refine them." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, "Even Xiao Hua doesn't need to come. You and your senior brothers are the same. Go cultivate. The things in the pill room haven't been tidied up yet. Master will refine the pills himself." Yes, Master. Gong Mingwei and the other two bowed. Their hearts were burning with passion. After all, they hadn't made any progress in their cultivation for many years. They weren't willing to let go of such a good opportunity. Sect Master, you really don't want it? Xiaohua didn't take back the Peiyuan pill and asked. There's no need. You take it. Master will be able to refine some more soon. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, you all go quickly. Wait for Master to refine the pills. I hope you can make further progress. After saying that, he waved his hand and a flying boat appeared in front of them. Xiao Yuehong stepped in and flew directly to the pill room on Xihua Peak. Let's go, Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao pulled on Xiaohua's sleeve and said in a low voice, if you don't take it, then these two pills, what are you talking about? Gong Mingwei scolded, this is Xiaohua's Peiyuan pill. Master doesn't want it. What are you planning? Zhang Qingxiao said with a sullen face, little junior brother won't have any effect after taking it. It's better to, let me take advantage of it. Chapter 1265. How do you know it's ineffective for Xiaohua? Didn't he say it just now? He's improved, but it's less than us. Maybe it's because his body is different from ours. Xiao Xianrui said. What's the difference? Aren't we all made of flesh and blood? Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. However, he didn't dare to go against Gong Mingwei's wishes, so he could only give up on the idea of asking for the Peiyuan pill. Actually, it's fine. Senior Marshal Brother, I have a lot of Peiyuan pill here. After you refine the two Peiyuan pills in a few days, if you don't have enough, just ask me. I'm right in front of the tranquil cave. Xiaohua said sincerely. He really wanted to see the smiles on his senior martial brother and sister's faces. Okay, it's a deal. Xiao Xianrui smiled. After I finish my two Peiyuan pills, I'll ask you for more. Gong Mingwei also nodded. He knew very well that refining two Peiyuan pills would take 6 to 7 days. This was also the time when his master would refine the Peiyuan pill. When that time came, there would be a new Peiyuan pill. The Peiyuan pill in Xiaohua's hands, they wouldn't be able to use it. Xiaohua nodded happily and followed them back to Lone Staff Peak. In the following 6 days, Xiaohua didn't see the three of them come out of the tranquil cave. Every day, before he took the Peiyuan pill, he would go to the tranquil cave to take a look. However, Gong Mingwei and the others were still cultivating, so he didn't dare disturb them. As for Xiaohua himself, his magic power was increasing day by day, and his cultivation level was also slowly increasing. However, after taking 6 Peiyuan pills in succession, he still hadn't broken through to the second layer of qi refining. It was already the 7th day, the day Xiao Yuehong collected the second batch of Peiyuan pill. Seeing that Gong Mingwei and the others were still cultivating, Xiaohua flew into the pill room. At this time, Xiao Yuehong was sitting cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Sensing Xiaohua's arrival, he asked warmly, where are your senior martial brothers? Haven't they come out of seclusion yet? Sect Master, senior martial brothers, they're still cultivating. I don't know when they'll come out. What about you? Xiao Yuehong's voice became even gentler. Disciple is still at the first level of aura refining. Xiaohua was somewhat dispirited. It doesn't matter. Counting with my fingers, you've already taken 9 Peiyuan pills. In any case, the Peiyuan pill won't be ready today. It should be ready at this time tomorrow. Go back and take another one. Come with your senior brothers tomorrow. Thinking about how he only had 3 of the 12 Peiyuan pill left, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Disciple, it's better for me to stay in the pill room and serve the sect master. Xiao Yuehong shook his head. It doesn't matter who attends in the pill room. If you don't want to change the title of sect leader to master, then stay here. Then, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, no longer paying attention to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stood there blankly for a long time. He knew Xiao Yuehong's painstaking efforts, so he clenched his teeth, turned around and flew back to Lone Staff Peak. As before, he sat cross-legged. Without any hesitation, he threw the Peiyuan pill into his mouth. Then, he activated his heart technique and strove to refine the Peiyuan pill's medicinal power. After an unknown amount of time, the true qi in his meridians suddenly sped up. It was no longer the same as before. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He had a premonition. Just as he was about to urge his true qi to break through, he heard a familiar voice in his ear. How many more Peiyuan pills are there? Take them all. Xiao Hua slightly opened his eyes. In front of him was Zhang Qingxiao's concerned expression. He was just about to speak when he heard Zhang Qingxiao berate him. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry, this is the time for you to break through. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He didn't dare to be negligent. He reached into his bosom and took out the last 2 Peiyuan pills. As soon as the Peiyuan pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a strand of liquid. In an instant, that liquid transformed into a scalding warm current that rushed into his meridians. It was precisely the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained within the 2 Peiyuan pills. The medicinal power of the Peiyuan pill rushed into Xiao Hua's meridians, adding fuel to the fire in his already accelerated true qi. The medicinal power combined with his true qi directly rushed towards the barrier of the first layer of the aura refining realm. It was like a huge wave crashing against the shore. After a few repetitions, just as the medicinal power was about to be exhausted, a light, qi sound rang out. It was as if in Xiao Hua's mind, the true qi in his meridians was like tearing through a layer of paper, breaking through the barrier of the first layer of the aura refining realm. All of the true qi was like mercury, cheerfully flowing into his new meridians. Second layer of the aura refining realm. Xiao Hua muttered. He couldn't help but feel extremely bitter in his heart. These are 12 Peiyuan pills. It's equivalent to 12 years of my bitter cultivation. Others can break through to the first layer of the aura refining realm in a year and a half, but I actually had to cultivate for 12 years to reach it. Congratulations, little junior brother. Congratulations, little junior brother. Seeing Xiao Hua break through to the first layer of the aura refining realm, Zhang Qingxiao acted as if she had also broken through to the next layer. Her smile was as brilliant as a flower. After the true qi slowly flowed through his new meridians and gradually adapted to it, Xiao Hua stood up and said with a bitter smile, "Second senior brother, don't make fun of little brother. What's there to congratulate?" "Ha ha ha, of course there is. I thought you'd be stuck at the first layer of the aura refining realm for your entire life. I didn't expect you to break through to the second layer of the aura refining realm in my lifetime. You've really given me a feast for the eyes. Of course I have to congratulate you." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Let's go. Eldest senior brother and junior sister have already gone to the pill room. Master is probably also waiting for you." Zhang Qingxiao used her arts and flew up. Xiao Hua followed behind her. "Right, second senior brother, have you reached the peak of the aura refining realm?" Xiao Hua asked with concern. How could it be that simple? Zhang Qingxiao shook her head and said, "We've just broken through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. How could 2 mere Peiyuan pills help us improve so much? We've only reached the early stage of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm." Congratulations, second senior brother. I heard that in the late stage of the aura refining realm, every step forward is extremely difficult. Second senior brother was able to break through to the early stage of the 11th layer in only 7 days. It's really gratifying. Although Zhang Qingxiao said it wasn't a big deal, there was still a smile on her face. I'm still just a so-so. Eldest senior brother has reached the middle stage of the 11th layer. If Master can refine another 24 Peiyuan pills, maybe eldest senior brother really will break through to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the pill refining room. Inside, Xiao Yuehong was sitting cross-legged while Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui stood beside him. Master, Master, Xiao Hua broke through. Before they even entered the pill refining room, Zhang Qingxiao shouted loudly. Ha! Congratulations little junior brother, congratulations little junior brother. Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui said with the same tone as Zhang Qingxiao. During this time, Xiao Hua had already understood that although his path of cultivation was much more difficult than others, he now saw hope. As long as he had a direction, he only needed to follow this direction step by step. In the past, he couldn't even see the shadow of his senior brother and senior sister on the path of cultivation. Now, as long as he cultivated steadily, he would be able to see their backs sooner or later. Therefore, Xiao Hua no longer felt depressed. He smiled and cupped his hands in return, saying, "Congratulations to you too." It's only the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm. What's there to be proud of? Xiao Yuehong said unhappily. How many Peiyuan pills did you take? Sect Master, Disciple took all 12 Peiyuan pills. Xiao Hua muttered. Isn't that right? You took all the Peiyuan pills and only reached the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm. What's there to be proud of? If it was someone else, not to mention someone else, even your 2 senior brothers, if they took the 12 Peiyuan pills that year, their cultivation would have already reached the foundation establishment realm. Father. Xiao Yuehong's words were too ruthless. Xiao Xianrui couldn't help but stop him. Xiao Hua finally made progress. Everyone should be happy, right? Don't always pour cold water on them. Disciple understands, Sect Master. Disciple is definitely not proud. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Disciple just felt that he saw the dawn of cultivation and was somewhat happy in his heart. That's good. Xiao Yuehong threw away the seriousness on his face and said with a smile, it's good that you know your shortcomings. The heavenly Tao rewards the diligent. As long as you work hard, the heavenly Tao above us is watching. The heavenly Tao. Xiao Hua was shocked. It seemed that the heavenly Tao was very familiar to him. What's wrong now? Xiao Yuehong asked curiously. He didn't know what he said wrong. Nothing. Sect Master, how is the Peiyuan pill that you refined? Xiao Hua came back to his senses and asked. It's not as good as the last time. Xiao Yuehong's face was somewhat regretful. He pointed to some jade bottles on the ground and said, this time, I only refined 18 Peiyuan pills. It's 1 grade lower than the 24 pills last time. Only 17 Peiyuan pills? Xiao Hua looked at them and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Moreover, before you all came out of seclusion, I already took 1. It seems, there wasn't the strange thing that you all were talking about. Xiao Yuehong continued, in the past few days, when you were refining the Peiyuan pill, did you encounter it again? Yes. Master, in the past few days, the Peiyuan pill was also difficult to refine. Disciples spent a lot of effort to refine those things. Zhang Qingxiao said. That's strange. How come you all could sense it, but I couldn't? Xiao Yuehong frowned slightly. He waved his hand, and a Peiyuan pill stopped in front of each of Xiao Hua and the others. Each of you will take 1 Peiyuan pill and refine it again. See if there's any difference from the last time. Yes, Master. Gong Mingwei and the other two said in unison. No, Sect Master. This was Xiao Hua's voice. Why? Xiao Yuehong asked curiously. Disciple used 12 Peiyuan pills to advance from the first layer to the second layer of qi refining. Wouldn't it take 24, or even 36 Peiyuan pills to advance from the second layer of qi refining to the third layer of qi refining? Sect Master, you should keep this pill. It would be a waste for disciple to use it. No matter, many a little makes a mickle. Moreover, this time you're helping me test the medicinal properties of the pills. All 4 of you have a share. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and smiled. The 4 of them took the pills and flew back to Lone Staff Peak. In less than half a day, the 4 of them returned to the pill room. What's wrong? There really isn't any of the strange things contained in the pills from last time. Seeing the 4 of them return at the same time, Xiao Yuehong couldn't be bothered to ask Xiao Hua why he refined the pills so quickly. Yes, Master. The Peiyuan pill disciple refined this time is the same as the Peiyuan pill disciple refined several years ago. Gong Mingwei said respectfully, the effects are far inferior to the one disciple took a few days ago. Chapter 1266. But, the technique Master used these 2 times, the vitality assimilating fruit and black tusk grass were the same. Xiao Yuehong was bewildered. He had already thought about this question for a long time half a day ago, but he couldn't find any clues. Now that he asked again, he didn't expect any answers. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 weren't proficient in pill concocting, so they naturally couldn't answer this question. They could only stare at each other, not saying a word. Xiao Hua was even more straightforward. He didn't sense the strange thing they were talking about, so he had no right to speak. Forget it. You can divide the remaining Peiyuan pill among yourselves. Master will think about it, and then I'll refine the remaining spiritual herbs into a Peiyuan pill. Then we'll see how effective it is. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, and 3 Peiyuan pills flew in front of each of them. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took them. After Gong Mingwei and the other 2 saluted and returned to Lone Staff Peak, Xiao Hua asked, Sect Master, disciple doesn't want to take the Peiyuan pill now. I want to wait until my realm stabilizes. Oh, okay. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand without turning his head. Just as he put down his hand, he suddenly realized something and slapped his forehead. Master forgot that you only have the first layer of my Death Flower art. Now that you're already in the second layer of the aura refining realm, you should practice the second layer of the art. After he finished speaking, he slapped his hand and took out 2 yellow talismans from his storage bag. He handed them over and said, Go to the Ancestral Hall and take the art. These 2 yellow talismans are used in the Ancestral Hall. Thank you, Sect Master. Xiao Hua bowed and received the 2 yellow talismans. Then, after a bit of hesitation, he reported, Sect Master, this Ancestral Hall, where is it located? Disciple doesn't know. Sigh, Xiao Yuehong slapped his forehead again and shook his head slightly. It's a bit messy. I've wronged my 100 years of aura refining cultivation. Then, he said, go find your eldest martial brother and let him take you there. Just as Xiao Yuehong finished talking about his calm demeanor in the face of danger, he turned around and looked towards the pill furnace, throwing Xiao Hua to the side. After Xiao Hua saluted, he immediately flew back to the Lone Staff Peak. Hearing that their master was going to pass on the second layer of the aura refining realm's cultivation method, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 were all very happy. Zhang Qingxiao even volunteered to take Xiao Hua to get the cultivation method. Gong Mingwei smiled and shook his head. The ancestral hall of my Heartwarming is different from other people's ancestral halls. Since Master has arranged for me to go, I naturally can't go. You'd better face the wall and meditate. Zhang Qingshao curled her lips and walked to her seat. She sat down cross-legged and adjusted the true qi in her body. Let's go, Xiaohua. Gong Mingwei flew up first, and Xiaohua followed. After flying for a while, Xiaohua felt bewildered. Gong Mingwei had landed on the back mountain of Mingli Peak, where the secret room was located. Turning his head to look at the strange Xiaohua, Gong Mingwei pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Instead, he used his magic power to activate one of the yellow talismans and stuck it on the stone wall. The secret room's passage appeared. After entering the secret room, the two of them went to the corner where the puppet was previously. Gong Mingwei looked at the messy things in the corner and sighed. This ancestral hall hasn't been opened for a long time. Xiaohua, you have to put in a bit more effort. Xiaohua looked at the four walls in the corner and didn't see anything strange. He could only smile apologetically and say, "Little brother knows. Little brother will definitely work hard." Gong Mingwei nodded and pointed at a place. This is the entrance to the ancestral hall. Clean it up a bit. Yes, eldest martial brother. Xiaohua agreed and cleaned up the place Gong Mingwei was pointing at, creating an empty space with a radius of 1 meter. Gong Mingwei walked to the empty space and activated another yellow talisman in his hand. That yellow talisman emitted a faint bronze brilliance. After a while, when the brilliance covered the brilliance of the Minghua stone, Gong Mingwei pointed his hand at the ground. The brilliance of the yellow talisman fell on the ground, and with a light, Z sound, the ground rippled like water and gradually opened up, revealing a 3 feet square cyan stone slab. So it's underground. No wonder I couldn't see anything on the stone wall. Xiaohua woke up and saw Gong Mingwei walk to the cyan stone slab. He waved his hand and said, "Xiaohua, you come here too." The 3 feet square was enough for 2 people to stand on. When Xiaohua stood on the cyan stone slab, Gong Mingwei waved his hand again, and another yellow talisman in his hand shot a bright yellow brilliance onto the cyan stone slab. The cyan stone slab immediately rose with the same brilliance and enveloped the 2 people. Xiaohua only felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he blinked and looked again, he had already arrived in a rather large palace. This palace was comparable to the guest hall of Mingli Peak, and its grandeur and style of the palace was also much more simple and unadorned. On the thick stone pillars of the palace, there were also large Minghua stones inlaid, illuminating the entire palace. Looking at Xiaohua's dumbstruck expression, Gong Mingwei coughed and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, do you feel that this ancestral hall is different from what you imagined?" Xiaohua came back to his senses and said embarrassedly, "Yes, eldest martial brother. Because I heard the sect master say it was an ancestral hall, I thought it was just a small room. Even when you were in the secret room just now, I thought it was a place like a secret room. But..." Xiaohua looked around and shook his head slightly. "But I didn't expect that this ancestral hall is actually a palace, comparable to a guest hall." "Ha ha ha, that's right, Master has always called this place the ancestral hall. Actually, I heard Master say that this place is called the inheritance hall. It is a place to worship the gods and pass down my Heartwarming's cultivation method." Gong Mingwei laughed a few times, then immediately covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "The inheritance hall is my Heartwarming's most solemn place. You can't make a racket. That day, when I came here for the first time, compared to you, I was even more shocked. At that time, I was still young, and only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did I come back to my senses." Finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Come, follow me to worship the god statue. Then, we will learn the heart technique." "Yes, I will listen to eldest martial brother's instructions." Hearing this, Xiaohua was unusually respectful. Although he was very surprised in his heart, because he had never worshipped any god statue before. As Gong Mingwei walked into the depths of the hall, they were greeted by a huge platform. Xiao Hua's gaze was immediately attracted by the emerald green god statue on the platform. This figure was not very tall or big. On the contrary, it was only about the height of a person. However, the god statue was floating in the air and could be seen very clearly. This god statue, what is it? A human? Or a fish? Looking at the god statue in the air, Xiao Hua couldn't help but wonder. That god statue was extremely emerald green. Under the brilliance of the bright flower stones, it reflected a bright light. Under the light, there was a strange appearance. This god statue's upper body was in the shape of a woman. She had a thin waist and large breasts. Her 2 hands were placed in front of her chest, and her 10 fingers were in the shape of a seal. As for the lower body, from the waist down, it was not the legs of an ordinary person. Instead, it was in the shape of a fish tail. The fish tail's fine scales were faintly shining, and it looked a little dizzy. Oh, no, this is not a fish tail. When Xiao Hua walked closer, he saw that the god statue's tail was actually long and curled up. It was actually similar to Little White's tail. It's a snake tail. Why does that god statue have a snake tail? Xiao Hua was certain in his heart. Suddenly, perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps Xiao Hua walked to a special place. His eyes were dazzled, and his entire gaze was attracted by the seal in the god statue's hands. Buzz! There seemed to be a sound in his mind. Xiao Hua's eyes darkened, and an incomparably huge wasteland appeared in front of him. On this incomparably barren plain, there were countless strange beasts. Xiao Hua had never seen any of them before, and these beasts were also incomparably huge. Each of them was 1,000 times bigger than Xiao Hua. In front of these beasts, Xiao Hua was like an ant. Ah! Here, there are actually 10 suns here. When Xiao Hua raised his eyes and saw the 10 big round fireballs in the distant sky, Xiao Hua suddenly cried out in alarm. At this moment, a voice descended from the sky, Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's eyes darkened, and when he looked again, it was actually Gong Mingwei's concerned eyes. His ears were also filled with Gong Mingwei's concerned shouts. This. Xiao Hua's eyes turned sharply, and he looked left and right. He was in Heartwarming's inheritance palace. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on his back. What's wrong with you? Xiao Hua. Gong Mingwei didn't understand and continued to ask. No, nothing. Xiao Hua raised his head somewhat fearfully and saw the god statue's round eyes. It was a god statue, but its eyes revealed a kind of benevolence, a kind of pity, as if it was looking at a real person. Eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua looked at the god statue and whispered, "This god, who is it? How come it's wearing so little? It doesn't even have a Taoist robe." That's right, the upper body of the god statue only had some extremely exquisite ornaments covering its chest. Most of its body was bare. This wasn't the attire of the female cultivators of Xiaoyu continent. Ha! Gong Mingwei looked at Xiao Hua in surprise and said curiously, "You're really strange, Xiao Hua. When I first came here, the first question I asked Master was why this god statue doesn't have legs. I've also asked second brother and little Rui the same question. You, on the other hand, didn't ask about your legs, but your clothes." Then he said thoughtfully, "Oh, I kind of understand. At that time, we were still young." Xiao Hua found it funny. He really didn't know that this usually solemn eldest senior brother would actually joke in the inheritance palace, so he coughed and said, "Eldest senior brother, this is the inheritance palace." Gong Mingwei's face turned cold. He turned and saluted, muttering, "Ancestor above, this disciple has blasphemed, I deserve to die, I deserve to die." Then his tone softened, "But now, we only have 3.5 disciples. Senior, please show mercy and don't punish this disciple." Then he turned and winked at Xiaohua, saying again, "This is our Shanghuaming's half-disciple. He came today to receive my Shanghuaming second-layer qi refining cultivation technique. And, he still doesn't have the qualifications to kowtow to you, so he'll bow and salute." Xiaohua originally wanted to kowtow, but after hearing Gong Mingwei's words, he could only stop and bow in greeting. He also muttered, "That sect master's ancestral master, disciple. Xiaohua greets you, senior." Chapter 1267. The statue naturally couldn't speak. Xiaohua stood up after saluting. His eyes dodged the statue's chest, dodged the statue's seemingly bright and spirited eyes, and when he wanted to dodge the spell used by the outstretched hands, Xiaohua's expression unconsciously became sluggish. The spell was somewhat familiar, but when he thought about it again, he didn't have any clue. This spell. Xiaohua, you actually noticed the spell? Gong Mingwei was very surprised. He looked at Xiaohua's gaze and said, "This spell doesn't seem to be a spell of our Xiaoyu continent. I only noticed this when I was at the 9th layer of qi refining." "You actually noticed the abnormality of the statue's hands as soon as you saw it?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Eldest senior brother is overpraising me. How could this little brother know any spell? I just feel very strange. This ancestral statue seems to be real, and the spell used by the hands. I thought it was our Shanghuaming's secret inheritance. Ancestral master. Alas, actually, I don't know if it's our Shanghuaming's ancestral master or not." Gong Mingwei said something that made Xiaohua very surprised. "According to master, this statue has always been here when I, Shanghuaming, established the sect. If it's our Shanghuaming's ancestral master, why isn't it in human form? This strange appearance, I'm afraid it's some kind of ancient demonic beast." Master searched through the ancient records in the sect for a long time, but he didn't find any clues. According to master, before Grandmaster went out to travel and didn't come back, he had already told him that he wasn't sure if this statue was the founder of the sect. Then Gong Mingwei helplessly looked at Xiaohua and finally said, "However, the ancestral master didn't leave behind an image. This statue can be considered the ancestral master who founded the sect." There's such a saying. Xiaohua was really speechless. Ancestral master, could he still casually recognize it? "Alright, let's not talk so much. Greet the ancestral master. On the table next to him is my Shanghuaming's cultivation method. Follow me." Gong Mingwei brought Xiaohua to the side. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen books and several jade slips on the jade table. Gong Mingwei pointed at them and proudly said, "The first dozen books are the cultivation methods for me, Shanghuaming, from the 1st layer to the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. These jade slips are the cultivation methods for the foundation establishment realm and beyond. After all, starting from the peak of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, cultivators can use their divine sense to check jade slips." Hearing this, Xiaohua nodded slightly. He saw a dozen books and several jade slips. They looked very ordinary, but the handwriting on the books couldn't be clearly seen. Xiaohua understood that there must be a restriction placed on these things. If he didn't have a way to break it, he absolutely couldn't see them. Sure enough, Gong Mingwei looked at it and waved the yellow talisman in his hand, sticking it onto the second booklet. A dark red light flashed, and the words on the cover of the booklet were revealed, Shanghuaming, 2nd level of qi refinement. Gong Mingwei took down the yellow talisman and handed the booklet to Xiaohua. He said, "Master didn't come, so I didn't dare to act on my own." "Xiaohua, you memorized the second-level cultivation method here. It's better if you don't take this booklet out of the inheritance palace." "Yes, eldest senior martial brother." Xiaohua wasn't surprised. Ever since he took a trip outside and listened to Kai Zhuxia's introduction, he already knew that Xiaoyu continent was extremely lacking in cultivation methods. It was already extremely rare for Heartwarming to cultivate to the core formation realm, so he definitely attached great importance to it. He remembered that the book for the first layer of the aura refining realm was also given to him by Xiao Yuehong. Xiao Yuehong had stayed by his side, waiting for him to memorize it before taking it away. Xiao Hua walked to a corner of the main hall and sat down cross-legged. He held his breath and condensed his qi for a while, then flipped open the book for the second level of qi refining. His current cultivation level had already entered the second level of qi refining, but he didn't have a corresponding cultivation method. His true qi was freely dispersed in his new meridians, so he couldn't continue to temper it. Just as Xiao Hua expected, this second-level cultivation method was the same as when he cultivated the first level of qi refining. He only read it 3 times, and his true qi followed the instructions of the cultivation method, slowly tempering it through a cycle. The tempering speed wasn't slow, the growth of his true qi wasn't slow, and the increase of his magic power wasn't slow either. But Xiao Hua knew that his cultivation level was the same as when he was at the first level of qi refining. There was practically no change. Xiao Hua almost wanted to cry. At this moment, he seemed to have understood that his aptitude wasn't bad. This Heartwarming's cultivation method wasn't bad either. It wasn't that he didn't work hard. The crux of the matter was that he had to put in roughly 10 times the hard work of others in order to reach their cultivation level. From the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining, he used 12 Peiyuan pills. In other words, he had bitterly cultivated his magic power for 12 years in order to achieve a breakthrough. From the second level of qi refining to the third level of qi refining, perhaps, he would need at least another 12 Peiyuan pills. Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua unconsciously shrugged his shoulders. Not far away, Gong Mingwei, who had been paying attention all along, saw this and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Xiao Hua, you have already memorized it." Xiao Hua stood up and handed the booklet in his hand to Gong Mingwei. He smiled and said, "Thank you, eldest senior brother. Little brother has already memorized it." "You?" Gong Mingwei didn't take the booklet. He asked in return, "Have you used the second level of qi refining to temper your true qi? If you haven't, then read it a few more times." Reporting to eldest senior brother. Little brother has already circulated his qi for 1 cycle. There are no abnormalities. I have indeed mastered the second level of qi refining. AI, all right. Gong Mingwei took the booklet and said with a complicated expression, "That year, when I tried to comprehend the second level of qi refining, I spent 3 days of effort. You actually managed to comprehend it after reading it for a short while. You, if you aren't a peerless genius, then you must have cultivated it before." "Alright, eldest senior brother knows. Little brother also doesn't know why. Moreover, although my magic power has increased, my realm hasn't followed suit. I don't feel the slightest bit of progress. Forget it. Let's wait for Master to refine another Peiyuan pill. Right now, these Peiyuan pills don't seem to be effective enough. It's too far from the last one." Gong Mingwei placed the booklet on the table. In just a few breaths of time, the booklet had already become blurry and couldn't be read clearly. Presumably, the restriction had already taken effect. Then, Gong Mingwei's left hand pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve, and the yellow talisman in his right hand shot out. A ray of light flashed, and the 2 figures disappeared from the main hall, leaving only the strange god statue floating in the air. When Xiaohua opened his eyes again, he was already in the secret chamber. The yellow talisman in Gong Mingwei's hand flashed and burned. In a moment, it turned into ashes. This yellow talisman for entering and leaving the ancestral hall was personally made by Master. It can only be used one at a time. Every yellow talisman will burn when it comes out of the ancestral hall. Gong Mingwei explained, this is also my Heartwarming secret. Other than Master. I'm afraid, only junior sister knows some clues. Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, eldest senior brother is my Heartwarming's eldest disciple. These secrets, shouldn't they be in eldest senior brother's hands? Gong Mingwei's face was a little strange, and he shook his head slightly. Before I became Heartwarming's disciple, these are all things of the past. In short, Master had no other choice. Perhaps after I reach Foundation establishment, Master will have some arrangements. Xiaohua was still not Heartwarming's official disciple. Of course, he wouldn't say that this matter was unfair in front of eldest senior brother. Perhaps Xiao Yuehong thought that his daughter would definitely stay in Heartwarming before, so he did this, but looking at the current situation, it was a little strange. After leaving the secret chamber, Gong Mingwei brought Xiaohua to the pill room and returned the yellow talisman to Xiao Yuehong. Xiao Yuehong saw that it was Gong Mingwei who returned it, and he didn't ask much. He only glanced at Xiaohua and asked, have you memorized the second level's mental cultivation method? Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Gong Mingwei said with a smile, don't worry, Master. Junior brother has already circulated one cycle. He's really a genius. This answer was both unexpected and within Xiao Yuehong's expectations. Xiao Yuehong's eyes flashed with joy. He nodded slightly and said, Xiaohua is in the 100 Herbs Gate. Of course, she won't be covered in dust. Xiaohua sweated and quickly said, reporting to Sect Master, this disciple feels that cherishing Flower Peak is very good. Don't mention Yao Nong Peak. Hee, good. Xiao Yuehong smiled and turned to Gong Mingwei, that's right, Mingwei. Master just thought about it again. If we directly refine the Peiyuan pill, in case it's the same as the batch we just refined, we won't have any more absorption fruits. Therefore, Master wants to refine a batch of Wutsong pills first. If the absorption fruits and black tusk grass have that kind of strange thing, the second batch of Peiyuan pill should be the same as the first batch. Therefore, there should be a problem with Master's refining method. If the refining method is the key, then the Wutsong pill should contain that kind of strange thing. Yes, Master's words are extremely true. Gong Mingwei didn't understand alchemy, but listening to Xiao Yuehong's words, it was very reasonable. He could only nod and say, then, what can this disciple do for Master? No need. Didn't I just say it? You all should cultivate. This time, Master will do it personally. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said. Seeing that they weren't needed in the pill room, Gong Mingwei and Xiaohua both returned to Lone Staff Peak. In the first 2 days, Xiaohua was still cultivating the second layer of the mental cultivation method under Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's guidance. But after 2 days, the previous situation occurred again. Xiaohua no longer had anything to ask in terms of cultivation. His magic power also increased day by day. Although the increase was slow, it was still increasing. As for his cultivation base, it still didn't advance. Seeing that they couldn't give pointers to Xiaohua, Gong Mingwei and the others also cultivated on their own. Xiaohua saw that he was bored and still returned to Xihua Peak. Before leaving, Zhang Qingxiao persuaded Xiaohua in every way possible to give 2 Peiyuan pills. Xiaohua couldn't refuse and could only accept them. There was a lot of work in Xihua Peak's medicinal field, but Xiaohua had the strength and his movements were also fast. After finishing, he also spent a lot of time cultivating. The 2 Peiyuan pills were refined by the 2 people. Each pill increased their magic power by 2 years. The effect wasn't much different from the first batch of Peiyuan pills. This is strange. The 2 Peiyuan pills refined by Sect Master were extremely different in eldest senior brother's case. Why are they the same in my case? And other people take, cough cough, they don't need the Peiyuan pill to cultivate to the second layer of qi refining. Why do I have to take, or cultivate for 12 years? It's really strange. Chapter 1268. Another 7 days passed, and Xiao Yuehong finished refining the 3rd batch of pills. This time, he was refining the parasol pill. When he received the message, Xiao Hua was inspecting the spiritual herbs in his space. Many of them were several decades old. Only the linglong grass still hadn't budded. However, Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry. There was still some time before the 100-day period. The linglong grass in the space also had several decades of spiritual energy to absorb. Everything would only be known after the 100-day period. And what Xiao Hua was worried about now was how to explain the origin of these exquisite grass to the sect leader. It seemed that from Zhang Qingxiao's words, she already had some suspicions about him obtaining the black bamboo grass from the cave, so much so that she even had suspicions about his own origin. There was also that conversation in the pill room. Xiao Hua didn't believe that Zhang Qingxiao was the only one who noticed his actions in the pill room. Sect head Xiao Yuehong was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. His divine sense was definitely not something ordinary people could detect. It was impossible for him not to know that he was subconsciously simulating the pill refining technique. Seeing Xiao Yuehong's message, Xiao Hua immediately took the puppet out of the space, threw it into the medicinal field, and used a flight talisman to arrive at the pill room on Xihua Peak. Since Xiao Hua entered the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm, he was even more proficient in using the flight talisman. Xiao Hua faintly felt that even an 11th layer qi refining expert like Gong Mingwei might not be able to catch up to him. When Xiao Hua arrived at the pill room, Zhang Qingxiao and the other 2 didn't come. Sect head Xiao Hua cupped his hands in greeting. Oh. Xiao Hua, you came first. Xiao Yuehong was obviously surprised. He first sent the summoning talisman to Gong Mingwei before thinking of Xiao Hua. Yes, disciple received sect head's message and immediately came. You're at Xihua Peak. After saying this, Xiao Yuehong slapped his forehead. Of course, if you're not at Xihua Peak, where else could you be? After a long while, Gong Mingwei and the others arrived at the pill room. Xiao Yuehong didn't have time to ask anything else. He grabbed Gong Mingwei and said, Mingwei, Master just refined a batch of parasol pills. You and 2nd brother come and see the effect. Gong Mingwei said with a smile, no problem, Master. 2nd brother has been taking Wutsang pills since he was young. Within the sect, only he is very familiar with the medicinal properties of this Wutsang pill. As long as he takes it, he will immediately know the difference. Zhang Qingxiao was exasperated and said anxiously, eldest senior brother, don't forget that you were also beaten up by others when you were young. Why is it all happening to me now? Alright, number 2, come on, it's you. Xiao Yuehong didn't allow for an explanation. With a wave of his hand, a Wutsang pill flew into his hand. He poured the thumb-sized pill into Zhang Qingxiao's hand and said, take it. Master, disciple's injuries are already healed. What's the point of taking this parasol pill? Zhang Qingxiao said very aggrievedly. Xiao Yuehong pulled a long face and put on the air of a sect master. I told you to take it, so just take it. What are you being so long-winded for? Must I take it? Is there no room for discussion? Zhang Qingxiao asked. There's nothing to discuss. Apart from Xiao Hua, the other three said in unison. All right. Zhang Qingxiao accepted her fate and took the parasol pill. She then sat down cross-legged and stimulated the medicinal power. Although Zhang Qingxiao didn't have any external or internal injuries, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, Zhang Qingxiao opened her eyes. How is it? Number 2. Xiao Yuehong was a little nervous. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head, and Xiao Yuehong's heart immediately fell into an ice cave. Master, this pill is exactly the same as the one you refined before. Zhang Qingxiao said honestly. This is strange. Xiao Yuehong stared at the pill furnace, his brows furrowed. He muttered, the refining technique is the same these few times, even the timing of the yellow talisman is the same. What's the difference for no reason? Suddenly, Xiao Yuehong and Zhang Qingxiao said in unison, Xiao Hua. Here, sect master. Hearing Xiao Yuehong call him, Xiao Hua naturally answered. I know. When the first batch of pills was refined, Xiao Hua was guarding the furnace. Zhang Qingxiao was very sure, but she said with some hesitation. And number 2 is right. The first batch of pills was guarded by Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong seemed to have found the root of the problem. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen sycamore pills flew to the shelf at the side. Then, several jade boxes flew in front of him. Come, Xiao Hua, master will refine another cauldron of sycamore pills. You still stand guard at the side. This. All right. No matter what, Xiao Hua would never have thought that the strange thing in this pill would actually land on his head. For the next 7 days, Xiao Yuehong continued to refine pills like before. During this period, he carefully explained the details to Xiao Hua. He even explained some of the spells and the tricks of using the yellow talisman in detail. Xiao Hua actually benefited even more than the first time. However, during these 7 days, not only did Xiao Hua carefully guard, but Xiao Yuehong and the other 3 were also dazzled. They stared at Xiao Hua motionlessly to see what relationship Xiao Hua had with the pills. Needless to say, Xiao Hua didn't have time to close his eyes and cultivate. The strange starlight from outer space couldn't be projected, and the parasol pills couldn't be mutated. This is really strange. This time, it was still Zhang Qingxiao who tasted the parasol pills. After taking it, facing Xiao Yuehong's expectant gaze, Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly. Master, it still doesn't work. It's really strange. Xiao Yuehong was very disappointed. Could it be that it was a coincidence? Father. Xiao Xianrui thought for a moment and said with a smile, since the first batch has a strange effect, then, why don't we do the same as the first time? Can't we get the same pills? Of course father knows this. The techniques and yellow talismans are the same as the first time. There is no difference, is this the same? Xiao Xianrui asked. Of course, it's exactly the same. Xiao Yuehong insisted. Unfortunately, as soon as this sentence came out, the eyes of the 4 people had the same expression of enlightenment, and they said in unison, Xiao Hua. Me? What's wrong with me? This time, Xiao Hua really didn't expect it. He couldn't think of any other abnormal performance. Nothing, Xiao Hua. Master will refine the last batch of parasol pills. Just like when you refined the first batch of Peiyuan pill, do what you should do, don't worry about us. Xiao Hua understood and said with cupped hands, yes, sect master. Xiao Yuehong put the spiritual herbs into the pill furnace, and a few hand seals also entered the pill furnace. He said to Gong Mingwei and the others, let's go, you guys also go out, just like the first time. Disciple will stay. Zhang Qingxiao raised her hand. Oh. Okay. Xiao Yuehong was of course not surprised, and only smiled and nodded. After Xiao Yuehong and the others left, Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, "Little junior brother, what secret do you have? Why don't you dare to say it?" "Second senior brother, I really don't know." Xiao Hua also didn't know what to say. Of course, he didn't know why the medicinal pill was so strange. Zhang Qingxiao chatted for a while, then said with a smile, "My time is up, little junior brother, you should do what you should do." "Do what?" Xiao Hua understood. Xiao Yuehong meant to do all the situations from the first time he refined the pill again. "Okay," Xiao Hua secretly said in his heart. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. However, he was currently cultivating the second layer of qi refining, which was different from the first layer of qi refining. He also didn't know whether or not it would affect the medicinal pill's effectiveness. Seeing Xiao Hua sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Zhang Qingxiao walked to the cave entrance and looked back. She didn't have any expression and walked away. Xiao Yuehong was very punctual. Every once in a while, just like the first time he refined the pill, he urged the earth fire, struck out a yellow talisman, and did some hand seals. After finishing these things, he immediately left and didn't stay a moment longer. He strove to control all the time and steps to refine the Peiyuan pill in the same way. When Xiao Yuehong walked out of the alchemy room, he didn't look back. He walked a few steps to the left of the alchemy room into a cave. The mountain path was very smooth, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at a spacious space. The layout of this space was very simple. A cloud bed leaned against the stone wall. On the left side of the cloud bed was a jade table with large and small jade bottles. On the right side of the cloud bed were some jade boxes, a few jade slips, and a stack of silk-like books. On the opposite side of the cloud bed was a stone wall as smooth as a mirror. In front of the stone wall, Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Xianrui were sitting cross-legged, staring at the stone wall. On the stone wall, there was a circular mirror about a foot long. Inside the mirror, all the movements in the alchemy room could be seen. Xiao Hua was sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. His face was expressionless as he practiced the heart technique. "How is it? Did you find any clues?" Xiao Yuehong asked in a low voice as he entered the cave. "Master, you and we have been watching for a long time, but we didn't find any clues. There's no reason for you to find out in such a short time," Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. "Alas, if I had known that there was a problem with the first batch of pills, I would have paid attention." Xiao Yuehong was somewhat regretful. The mirror technique in the cave was to make it convenient for him to observe everything in the alchemy room while he was resting in the cave. Usually, he didn't use it. The last time Xiao Hua was on duty in the alchemy room, Xiao Yuehong didn't use it at all. This time, in order to find the key to the problem, he used it. "Father, it's been 5 days. Xiao Hua is in the alchemy room. Other than meditating, it's impossible for him to know that we are here to spy on him. Do you think the things in here have nothing to do with him?" Xiao Yuehong shook his head. "Father can't answer this question. Left and right, we are looking for clues. Even if we can't find anything, we can still refine pills, right? Master is also strange. Although this mirror technique can clearly see everything in the alchemy room, it isn't as exquisite as the control of divine sense. Master only needs to release divine sense, which is several times stronger than this mirror technique." Gong Mingwei voiced out his doubts. Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly. "You still don't know, right? Xiao Hua, he can sense Master's divine sense. If I release my divine sense, wouldn't he know?" "What? How is this possible?" The three of them were abnormally surprised and looked at each other in dismay. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.